Eli mikki löytyy täältä edestä, pääsette sinne aina sitten kiipeämään, jos aiotte pitää puheenvuoron. Eli valmistautukaa ennen puheenvuoroa sitten liikkumaan tuonne mikille. Kuten on tiedossa, niin meillä on tulossa aika pitkä kokous tänään. Eli mä toivon, että te kaikki voitte juuri miettiä sen puheenvuoronne pituutta siinä vaikuttavuuden kannalta, että tiivis on myös erittäin vaikuttavaa. Ja ehkä sitten sellainen juttu myöskin, että jos meillä on riski venyä aikataulusta, niin joudutaan sitten vähän ehkä sitten joustamaan joidenkin kohtien käsittelypituudessa. Okei. Eiköhän lähdetä menemään. Eli tervetuloa Aalto-yliopiston ylioppilaskunnan edustajiston kokoontumiseen 9/2020. Nyt on torstai 24.9. ja kello on 17.22 ja avaan kokouksen. Suljetaan kohta 1 ja siirrytään kohtaan 2. Estyneisyyksien, esteellisyyksien, vaalikelpoisuuden menetysten, eroamisten ja läsnä olevien jäsenten ja varajäsenten toteaminen. Elina, ole hyvä.
Elina, please.
Kiitos, hyvää
Thank
iltaa.
you. Good evening.
Aloitetaan.
Let us start off with the people. Roll call.
Tofferi. Lindqvist. Haavalammi. Vehkomäki. Saikku. Luoma. Alasalmi. Järvinen. Pollari. Sitten Laitinen, Luukkanen, Tiilman, Virtanen, Pääkkönen, Myllykangas, Ganu, Haapanen,
Joo,
Saari, Yläpoikelus, Virtanen, Eletra, Erna. Joo, Virtaset on paikalla, se on hyvä. Mennään sillä. Nikola. Lammi. Mainiota Nyberg. Yes, tack. Titseen. Ripatti. Seppälä. Pajukari. Miettinen.
Paikalla.
Nurmi. Paakkinen. Ja sitten oliko joku, jonka nimeä ei mainittu?
Is there any names not mentioned?
Yes, sanotko vielä? Yes, kiitos. Pieni hetki. Saadaan teikäläinen listalle. Ja sitten oliko joku muu?
And any other names that were not mentioned?
Ilmeisesti ei. Eli
Seeing
meillä on
not,
läsnä
so we have present 31 members of the Representative Council present and accounted for.
Onko paikalla muita, jotka
Do you have any
haluaisivat
other
puhetta ja
people here
läsnäoikeuden?
who want to
Myönnettäköön puheoikeus kaikille AY-työntekijöille sekä tulkeille.
speech? We'll also give them to AYYE staff and the
Näyttää siltä, että ei
interpreters.
ole.
Looks like we have no other
Päätän
people.
kohta 2 käsittelyyn.
Closing item 2,
Ja
moving on
siirrytään
to
kohtaan
item 3,
3,
recording
kokouksen
lawfulness
laillisuuden
and
sekä
quorum of the
kokouksen
meeting.
päätösvaltaisuuden toteaminen. Kokous on laillinen, kun paikalla on vähintään
Regulations,
25
we are lawful when we
edustajaista
have at least
jäsentä ja
25 members of the
puheenjohtaja.
Representative Council
Kokouskutsu on
and
toimitettu
chairperson
7 päivää
present.
aiemmin edustajista
The notice of the
sähköpostilistalle
meeting has been sent
viralliselle
7 days
ilmoitustaululle
prior to the official
ylioppilaskunnan
notice board of
internetsivuille.
the
Nämä ehdot täyttyvät, todetaan kokous
Representative
lailliseksi ja
Council and the
päätösvaltaiseksi.
website. All
Todettaneen,
of these
todettu.
conditions are met.
Ja siirrytään
All
kohtaan
of
4.
one,
Kahden
quorum.
pöytäkirjan
Moving on to
tarkastajan
item
valinta ja kahden
4,
äänen
so on 2
laskijan
minutes reviewers
kutsuminen.
and 2 vote counters.
Kokouksen
So,
aloituksen suosikkikohta, eli ketkä
favorite
haluavat
part
lähteä
of the meeting,
pöytäkirjan
who wants to do
tarkastajaksi
this?
tähän kokoukseen. Tarvitaan 2 henkilöä.
We need 2 people for both.
Onko meillä vielä vapaaehtoisia?
Still have any volunteers?
Otetaan sieltä takaa.
We'll take from the back
Tuolta kanssa.
and from there.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you.
Saako Elina ottaa nimet?
Any of the names?
Yläpoikelus ja...
So yläpoikelus, and can you state your name there on the lower?
Anteeksi.
Excuse me?
Yes, toki. Kyllä, kiitoksia. Entä
Yes.
sitten
And what about
ääntenlaskijoiksi
vote
tarvitsemme myös
counters?
2
We do
henkilöä,
need,
ketkä lähtevät
need 2
ääntenlaskijoiksi.
individuals.
Loistavaa aktiivisuutta
Awesome.
Luukkanen.
Luukkanen.
Onko meillä toinen
We
ääntenlaskija?
have a second vote counter here.
Sieltä nousi hienosti käsi ensin
Yeah,
sieltä
nice
yläryhmästä
hand
tuolta. Kiitoksia.
raising over there.
Sanotko vielä nimesi?
Up a little row.
Lammi, kyllä.
Lam, yes.
Melkein näen täältä kaikkien
I
kanssa.
can almost see your faces from far here.
Ja ehdotankin, että valitaan tuttuun tapaan pöytäkirjan tapaisten ääntenlaskijoiden varahenkilöiksi
as the second
päinvastoin
the vote counters and
päättäneen.
decided.
Päätty. Suljetaan kohtaan 4. Suljetaan kohta 4 ja siirrytään kohtaan 5, eli kokouksen työjärjestyksen vahvistaminen.
Confirming of the agenda.
Hyväksyttäneen
We'll
esityslistan.
accept the agenda as is without any
Ja
changes.
suljetaan kohta 5,
Closing
siirrytään
item
kohtaan
5,
6,
moving on to
ilmoitus.
item 6 announcements. Do we have any announcements?
Siellä.
Oltaisiin haluttu Takiman puolesta laittaa tuon Proaktin edustajia puheenjohtajan puolesta.
The representatives, something.
Eli ilmoituksena oli se, että
Yes, so the announcement was
mikkiin on siis se, että ei
that
olla nyt käsittelemässä esityslistalla Takivan jäsenten vaihtumista,
through
oliko tämä sun ilmoitus? Kyllä. Ja voin kertoa taustaksi siis tosiaan, että
Takivan
sen tästä
changes.
tiedonannosta äsken.
I received
Meidän
information
kokous
just
esityslistalla
now,
täynnä, eikä
and
katsotaan
our
sen
meeting
sisällä
agenda is
kuulla
full
kokoonpanon toimintaa.
because member changes do not change the Takiva committee. Anyways, we can decide it in the next meeting. Anything else?
Jos ei ole, niin
If no,
paragraffi 6 käsittely.
closing item 6, moving
Siirrytään
on to
kohtaan
item
7,
7,
toimiston kuulumiset.
latest news from the office.
Onko meillä täällä
We have Christian Segerkrantz here to present. Please work. Please point the phones. Huzzah.
Kuuluuko?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Kuuluuko? Hyvä. Nyt ehkä kuuluu ainakin aika hyvin. No niin, moikka edustajisto.
Hello, representative council.
Christian Segerkrantz on mun nimi. Ja mä toimin hallituksessa Yhteisö, vapaaehtoisviestintä ja digitalisaatio vastaavana tänä vuonna, kun ei vielä tunne. Otetaanpa toimiston kuulumiset siis.
See if the clicker works.
Pieni hetki.
Technical issues.
Toimii. No niin, otetaan aluksi aiheet, mitkä ei käsitellä tässä. Eli en käynyt läpi mitään liittyen opiskelijamediaa, strategiaa, SYL-delegaatioa, talouskatsausta, miesten tiehanketta tai opiskelijakeskuksen kuulumisia. Eli kaikki niitä jätetään myöhempiin kohtiin. Mutta aloitetaan kaikkia suosikkiaiheilla, eli COVID-19 jutut. Eli käydään ne taas tuttuun tapaan läpi ensin ja sitten siirrytään muihin aiheisiin. Mitä kauhean uutta ei olla tehty nyt viime kuukauden aikana tällä, tai koronajuttuihin ollaan päivitetty nämä ohjeet yhdistyksille vähän. Siinä pari tarkennusta. Ollaan lisätty, miten kuuluu toimia, jos saa tietää tapahtumajärjestäjänä tai yhdistyksen vastuuhenkilönä, hallituslaisena esim. Positiivisesta tapauksesta. Ja myös ollaan tarkennettu, miten osallistujalistoja on hyvä tehdä. Listojen kanssa tällä hetkellä suositellaan siis käyttää noin edustajistoja ja hallitusmailit mutta noin yritetään korjaa, jotta kaikki meidän 1000list.ay.fi-listaa saadaan toimimaan. Jäsenrekisterissä on tällä hetkellä laajoja toimintavaikeuksia, mutta ne korjataan parhaimmillaan. Edunvalvontapuolella niin aika paljon kansainvälisyysasioita on ollut pöydällä, lukuvuosimaksuvapautuksia yliopiston suuntaan, maahantulo-ongelmia ja niiden tiedon puutetta sekä toi Näe osaaja-kampanja, joka näkyy tuossa kuvassa, oli tapetilla äsken. SYL-liittori on tulossa, niin kuin varmaan kaikki tietää jo, ja siihen ollaan kommentoitu materiaaleja. ja valmistellaan viestintää kuntavaaleja varten niin nostaaksemme opiskelijoiden osallistumisprosenttia, kun
Board for Foundations vice presidents, they've been met and discussed. It's not our achievement, but the meal support has been increased. The new price is 2.7 euros. Thank you, Syl and other parties who advocated for this change. On the community side, hopefully everybody went to check out Aalto Day 1 on Zoom. Chairperson did a nice speech. We had the Teekkaris 150 historical guidance group starts very soon. We have the login laskiaiset ceremony next week. We'll check out until the very end that we can do them safely. Humans vs. Zombies was held safely and very successfully last weekend, when we also had the Kylän Talkoot, where we cleaned up the village, even though it wasn't really that dirty because we didn't have that much events during orientation. Aalto Amazing Race is also being planned for the first years, so they can get to know stuff. The museum renovations are ongoing. The freshman round should be taking place in the fall. The grand opening will take place in the future because of the coronavirus. Once we get rid of the coronavirus, that is. The archives have been cleaned up as well, and we've had some research visits. Also, we have the operational grants underway. On the community side, we have lots of development projects ongoing. This is the last slide, actually not the second to last slide. We have lots of development projects. The association classification is undergoing a change. On the event creation side, there's lots of data gathering. The volunteer field is being developed. We have the volunteer recruitment up and coming, and the scholarship regulation is undergoing renovations as well, and the museum activities are being developed. And then we have congratulations forever Teekkari Krister, who turned 80 years old in Buholmen. We have a few representatives over there, only that it was safe. In addition, the board has lost the AMT/AYYH challenge. There's a nice boomerang of the rector. The board participated in the Syl Semma that was had. We had lots of orientation E classes, some face-to-face. The board will be on vacation next week after the meeting. Next month, sorry. Some other topics. We have some current support, the Halloped student representative recruitment, AYYE and Aalto Code of Conduct, and cooperation and upcoming projects. We have the OLL General Assembly, and strategic goals are up and coming. The question was that who have been to the museum. I can't really say because the people who are doing the historical, so maybe chemistry guild representatives would be possible. Another question? The question was regarding the KNAS. Just any news on that? Yes, so regrettably we have not heard about the case on the courts. We did not update on the last meeting, but as a board we ended in the situation that we will not take any risks before this support process has been delayed. So we will not hand out operational grants before we get a decision to other than Teekkari students. There's also another question. Operational grants. what is the timetable for operational grants? Has it been delayed, and when are they coming? We had the continuation period because we couldn't host the regulation-based meetings due to the coronavirus, but would somebody wants to answer from there? Nora wants to answer. Hello, so I'm Nora. I'm the representative organizational correspondent. I'm doing these operational grants, so second wave of applications is why we have the timetable. We couldn't finish those before the summer vacation, and the sector has been very busy because of this quite special fall, so hopefully you'll bear with us. I'd like to say that we would get them within the next month, hopefully. They are almost finished as of yet. But I have not undertaken the process, so I'm not 100% clear on the bureaucracy processes, but no other questions? Closing discussions and opening to decide to place on record the information from the central office. Moving on to item 8, the Q1, Q2, January-June 2020 economic review. With Monika Kivimäki presenting. Which is also in English. Wonderful. Thank you. Dear Representative Council, we have met previously. I'm the Monika Kivimäki, the Financial Director, and I will be here to talk about the Q1, Q2 financial economic review on our association-based activities. We've had quite a peculiar 6 months, as everybody knows, on activities and financial activities as well. But I may decree that on part of AYYE, Corona has affected our financials less than with other organizations, but I cannot say that it would not affect us at all. On part of a whole, you can see that how AYY's activities have planned out to be stable. We've taken into account special situations. You can't say that the investment funds are positive each and every year, but we haven't had to make any quick moves due to the coronavirus. Our financials are stable even in these unstable times. In terms of financial side, it has positive and negative effects. And in budgeting, we see that these are not clear for next year, that is, with the numbers side. But I'll have to say that we haven't had to do any quick moves, and we can see that the coronavirus would not have any long-term effects to AYY's finances. And based on this, the situation does look pretty good. There's the plus side, the fundraising total. We don't have a lot of leeway there, which is that it's very calculatory, as it were, not counting business cooperation, but that is why we are reporting this through the budgeted funds, so we don't have lots of swings. That's currently taking place in the investment market. These 3 latest activities are amongst our core functions, largest of which in terms of differences are the service activities, where you can see that lots of red when it comes to our facilities comparing to last year. And of course in the community total there are large changes because we haven't had any events the same way that we have budgeted. And a large difference is the operational grants that usually are paid in May are still not paid as of yet. Then on support and administration, you can see that we've worked remotely, so admin costs are smaller than usually, and the support functions, the largest differences come from the fact that the IT costs have been started to increase when compared to previous terms. All in all, we are in budget. We are under the budget, but taking into account the operational grants, we are pretty much close to, well, the budget, as it were. The sponsor agreement side, you can see the grey parts, these are calculatory. And when looking at investments this year, the first 6 months, it was a real radical change on our portfolio as well. Our investment income took a huge crash, but pretty okay. The investment market has corrected itself. We're not in the early year stage yet. But the reality of investments is worse than last year. But when looking at the previous years and the reps and council, what they've done, why aren't we placing more sums and larger reality numbers into investments? We've had larger income in the previous years than in what in the framework has been prepared to fund our organizational activities. We've also reported our AYYE Services Limited and our other costs in terms of administrative costs. But here we have the other costs, and it looks like we will come quite close to the budget, and we will roll costs to the real estate side as well. Sponsor agreements are clearly behind from what has been budgeted, and this is of course been affected by the coronavirus. Corporations do not have and our cooperation partners don't have the liquidity and the prerequisites to start corporate agreements and sponsorships. Something that they are definitely undertaken savings due to cooperation negotiations. They've had to find places where to save money. On the advocacy and impact side, quite little effect. On the service side, the idea would that KY would be a renter tenant at the start of the year to Smökki, but it regrettably got later to start with the system, which causes some red in the numbers. But of course the coronavirus has once again impacted, because we want our members to be safe, which enables us to be safe, and we can close down everything and placed our members before finance, and it shows as a minus here. And we've also done some renovations during the summer with lots of the facilities. Okay. Screwed up something over there. And then on the community side, it looks very green. Largest of which are, of course, the fact that we have lots of cancellations regarding events, and especially the operational part, which will, well, of course, balance out. They will pay them out at the end of the year as budgeted. On the event side, the situation is not that positive in a sense that when looking at our commitments, that we had the events that we had to cancel, and if we couldn't, for example, have the annual celebrations next year, we have some invoices up and coming for services rendered. We hope that all planned activities should take place when we've planned them to take place. But all in all, it's pretty visible here that in community activities less things are happening. On administration, we are below the budget. You can see here that the office has, well, not the whole spring, but half of the spring the office was closed. There we can also see the savings that we've implemented. In communications, we are close to budget. And in our support functions, the ICT write-up changes so that it shows IT as a large portion. More aggressive in the red than before, but of course we've had some acquisitions. We've needed to do some IT acquisitions due to the coronavirus once again, so. And we need to do some sort of all kinds of hybrid meeting situations. Here are all the facts, and I'm here to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you. No questions, then we're closing discussion. Making the decision. The Representative Council decided to record the Q1 and Q2 January-June economic review. Closing item 8. Moving to item 9. Start of the design phase of the Miesten Tie 2 project. Hello everyone. Today we're talking about this Miesten Tie 2 project. It's starting of the design phase of the project. Let's go through this at a pretty brisk pace. But not too brisk so that you also can ask questions and have all the information you need to make the decision. So here, this kind of a J-shaped building. Built near this Neste gas station. So the basic information about the project. She contains about 217 dwellings, mainly studios. Also have a club room, laundry room, storage rooms, and a rooftop sauna. And the project is done jointly with HOAS and the city of Espoo. So there will also be HOAS dwellings there. AYYYE and HOAS's dwellings will be kind of a pretty similar, but they can also be personalized apartments as desired. About the plot, part of the phase 1 plot will be attached to the phase 2 plot. And the city of Espoo has offered a plot of land for rent, but we are looking into the purchase option. And about sustainable development related to this, while looking into certification models for AYYE's buildings, what would be the most sensible option for us, and have a result that AYYE wants. Then we're also looking into local energy production opportunities, and also we are drawing up planning guidelines for future projects with this project. So that this will kind of act as a guideline for similar projects in the future. And about the finances related to this, the costs will be matched to the ARA framework, of course, since they are student apartments. And the project will cost about 20 million euros in total. And also applying for investment aid, 15% of the costs, so that is about 3 million euros. And in practice, this 20 million euros project means that the rental level will be close to the rental level on the apartments located on Atlantingot. And then the expenses for this design phase, according to the preliminary cost calculations, the design cost is about 4.3% of the project costs, so about 1.2 million for this design phase. And then about the schedule, timetable, the zoning started in 2019. Now we're planning on the design phase, deciding on the design phase today. And this design phase will end at the end of next year. Then we'll decide on the actual start of the construction. Another interesting detail is that AYYE residential building will be finished in around March 2020, 2022. And about the actual planning phase, what it contains. Well, the actual planning, the design, including of the formation of planning organization, the general planning, building permit design, planning for tendering and implementation planning. Then we also will prepare a cost estimate for the project and draw up a project agreement between these three parties, AYYE and City of Espoo. And this is a conditional commitment to implement the project. This clicker isn't working really as intended. Okay. This design phase also includes this plot issues, plot reservation, or the preliminary land acquisition agreement. So this is conditional. It requires that we receive this investment aid and financing. I think this is not the updated version. Can I update it? Yes, if you could open it again, since I've made some updates. Apologies. Well, this is only in Finnish, but the risk assessment to be fitted within the ARA framework. These are student apartments, so if we can't get the rental level low enough to receive the ARA support, but there's a very small risk that this would happen because we know the estimate about how much the project will cost, and we know how to stay within the ARA framework. The special thing about this is the HOAS and also the fire station that will be connected to it. But the risk is very small. This is a joint project. So if one party exits the project, then we have to redesign it, which will lead to more costs. But HOAS and City of Espoo are very reliable partners, so this risk is also very low. Then about the zoning, people can appeal the zoning plan. This would affect the schedule, but not otherwise. So that's the only risk related to zoning in practice. And then a proposal for this is that the Representative Council decides to enter the design phase of the project and authorizes the representative to sign the agreement regarding the project, establish a necessary real estate company, arrange financing for the project, and the use of funds. And also to draft this agreement between AYYE, HOAS and Espoo, and a preliminary agreement regarding the plot, other agreements related to the project required by the project before the ARA decision. Then yes, this establishing a real estate company, and also organize funding, and also the authority to use money to pay for the expenses for the design phase. So this is our proposal, what you will would like to see you to authorize today. So any questions, comments? How will it affect this if this project planning, or how does the framework of the project plan will affect this? Well, there's kind of a pressure about timetable from Espoo. So it's kind of an exceptional way to move forward with this, because City of Espoo is in a hurry to get this fire station also in this building. I really don't have enough expertise to say how this affects the project, that we don't have this plan framework that we usually have in projects like this.
Oi saatana! Se tuli aika kova.
Joo.
Kyllä, kuuluu tänne. Kuuluuko toista korvasta mitään?
I can't make anything out. So I done this framework plan in a tripartite way. So we kind of made this project plan when doing this zoning plan. The information, we have this project plan as well, but we have made it already when doing the zoning plan. So we kind of did two things simultaneously here. That's why it seems like that we don't have a project plan. Where do we get the money for this planning phase? In this proposal for decision, it was mentioned this project funding, so usually in these construction projects, we have for this planning and construction phase to apply for funding for the project, usually take out a loan. So then we have to process this loan application and get this investment. Then we use the loan to pay for these design phase expenses. So then we have to have the funding for the processing of the loan. So there are some small expenses left for AYYE to pay. But these will be paid for by the loan that will be taken out by the company that will be established for this project. Any other questions? So I got to advertise the working group for the development of our real estate property. I also sent you an email, but it's really worth joining this working group. This is a very good influential place to also get the students' voice heard. Yes, thank you. Closing discussion, moving to making the decision. So we'll decide as according to the agenda, the proposal for item 9. Closing item 9, point item 10. Appointment of the delegation to represent AYYE in the General Assembly of the National Union of University Students in Finland. Laura, if you may. Hello everyone.
Tuo mikrofoni päällä.
Eikö niin se kuuluu ylipäätään?
Minäkin kuulun. Ja sama uudestaan. Terve. Hauska olla.
Yes, hello. We are first time represent council meeting, presenting an item. So next we'll talk about the AYYE's delegation for the Suunnitteluvaihe General Assembly and then about instructions for this delegation. Yes, but this influencing happened in the General Assembly. Well, the General Assembly represents approximately 140,000 university students, so they're all university students in Finland. And she'll allocate the seats for the delegations according to this following principle, which is that for every 1,000 members in a student union, they get one delegate to the General Assembly, which means that since AYYE has 14,000 members, we get 14 representatives to the General Assembly, and also the vice representatives for these 14 persons. And these regular delegates have the right to vote, and the vice delegate can exercise the right to vote if the regular delegate does not. So which means that we have 14 votes. AYYE has guidelines related to the selection of this delegation, and it states that the board organizes an open application for delegations, but the board can also appoint. Board can appoint 5 members and 5 vice members for the delegations, and the representative council members can appoint the 9 delegations and 9 vice delegates, either together or alone or individually. And the board makes a proposal about the delegation, and the representative council can approve this proposal or send it back to preparation. So this means that proposals for a change cannot be made anymore to this. And the board has taken into account the comments made by the groups after the actual comment round. And about the application for the delegation, we have an open applications, and the comments from the groups, they were both open at the same time, from 21st August to the 2nd of September, and we received comments from Kylterirangas, Vihreämpi Aalto, Luja and Luova, and we received a staggering amount of 37 applications, which made this decision very difficult, since there were 14 plus 14 seats. So the board proposal was sent to the representative council 2 weeks prior to this meeting, according to the guidelines, and then we also received comments from Vihreämpi Aalto, Skisma and Vapaus Valita after this, and the board also discussed these comments sent afterwards and modified their proposal accordingly. On the SYL guidelines, paragraph 2 says that the board needs to take the group's comments into account, as well as the delegation's expertise, influence and representability when making their proposal. So these are kind of the summaries of the comments we received from the groups. Luja hoped for Markus Nevalainen as a delegate. Luova Sui Vendelin. Vihreämpi Aalto would like to see Joonas Nurmi and Allu Pyhalammi as delegates, and they said they would like to have 2 seats for regular delegates. Kylterirangas requested to have 4 regular delegates and 4 vice delegates, since there are no business students in the board to compensate this. And they also hoped that the delegates would be well versed in educational policy and also active in the representative council. The Jämerä Ratas, their comment was actually an application, so it was moved with the applications. And these principles behind the board's proposal, previous experience from advocacy work, from Aalto University or elsewhere, was seen a very positive attribute. Also, if a person has been attended to the General Assembly before, but also we wanted to have first-timers as delegates, so there are not only veterans. So we also new delegates who will maybe also take part in future General Assemblies. Also will took representability into account, so that all fields, all schools would be represented, and also that our council election was considered. So we calculated the votes received by these election coalitions and compared them to their share from these seats for the delegates. So the two very big groups, Jämerä-Ratasan, Kyltäri-Rengas, so it also affects that even though the smaller groups are kind of a different size, they still have the same number of seats when compared to each other. And the board also considered so that it was more prudent to give these regular and vice seat for the same party or the same coalition, which means that this pair of delegates represents 1,000 Aalto students, which means that the vice delegate has less power than the actual delegate, since they can't vote if the actual delegate votes. So the board saw that it's kind of would not make sense to talk about 18 seats, that we would divide these actual and vice seats between different groups. And also that all coalitions would have also a regular member, that is the right to vote. So this is the board's proposal for the delegation. This is the final proposal. And the board has taken these all comments into account in this proposal. So in the first comment, Kyltäri-Rengas hopes that they would have 4 regular and 4 vice members, because in the AYYE board there are no Kyltäri-Rengas people, that is business students. So this would compensate for that. But the AYYE board saw that because there are other business students, this would kind of make sure that there was a very strong business student representation in the delegation. There's a lot of heated discussion about these seats in the mailing list. Vihreämpi Aalto hopes that they would receive the seat from Vapaus valita, or at least a partial half of the seat, so to speak. The board discussed this and saw that they wanted Vapaus valita to have both a regular and vice delegate, because Pro Voga is kind of approximately same sized as Vihreämpi Aalto. So if Vihreämpi Aalto would have more than 1+1 representation, then Pro Voga would also need to have more, which would make the situation very difficult. So the board decided so that these all election coalitions would have full representation, so to speak. Also the Jämerä-Ratas changed. There was Joel Himonen here previously, but we rearranged the board seats so that Minna Mäkitalo would transferred as an observer instead of a vice delegate. And so a member of Skisma, Otto Laitinen, was elevated as a regular delegate. Then now a discussion, questions, comments. Here, please, if you have questions, please come forward up here to ask them.
Painatko sitä nappia sitä keskellä? Punainen valo palaa, se on päällä. Ei kun paina vaan kerran siitä.
Yes, now the line is open. Vihreämpi aalto. Greetings everyone. Vihreämpi aalto. Vihreämpi aalto proposed a change. And we hope that board would adopt this change. And if not, we will propose that this proposal will be sent back to preparation. So I think it's kind of funny that this we have as many seats as Vapaus valita, even though we have 6 members and Vapaus valita has 2 members in the representative council. And we also feel that it's kind of peculiar that we are talking about that these regular and vice representatives should be together in the same coalition. Because also the vice delegates can influence almost as much as regular delegates. Because there is other places of influence in addition to voting. A discussion in the emailing list, and I hope that we will understand our point, but please give some consideration if this is the best way to represent the representative council. And I feel that our group could be more influencing the General Assembly and would have a better representation of the Representative Council also in the delegation.
I will not comment specifically because I've given grounds in the presentation. If you have other requests for the floor, you may raise your hand right now. Any comments? No? So, welcome up on the podium. Yes, this seems to be on. Pitsen from Vapaus valita. I feel that it is a good situation to answer Greener Aalto that we have not felt that we haven't gained grounds on why you should get the spot. The calculation that Miettinen sent, if we divvy them up 18 to the representative council, the only largest groups would get spots. You could have a 1/3 of a chance for the last slot, so that's not kind of a good grounds on why you should receive this. We think that the board's grounds were adequate and each coalition should be represented because that so that we can actually hear the entirety of the representative council out. We also feel that it's important that even smaller groups have the chance to make an impact. That discussing like these stand-in spots, they're not as valuable because you don't have the right to vote. Your right to vote is strictly corresponding to the actual member. So if they are as valuable, or that there would be a good opportunity to advocate. If they would be as valuable, you would be accepting them yourselves. But this kind of presents us with a kind of a dichotomy. I'll keep this short. Some comments, like we discussed. First off, of course, we like the substitute spots. That's why we had these two in 2018. So we're not just skipping them by. We agree that the last spot it should not be yours. It should be to us and others. If we have a motion to change the thing, but the other coalitions have not present. If the other groups have a proposition, let's discuss which of the groups this would be. I would also like to reiterate the problem of small groups. We have small groups, but we have maybe only these smaller groups that with only one spot. So it would be weird that 2% group would be bigger than others in this sense. We got asked, can we vote? Like in the regulation for the delegation choice, a representing council can approve or return to preparation the proposition of the delegation. So are we requesting this to be sent back to preparations? Return to preparations. Yes, we have a seconded request. So a comment, not a question, on why these delegations are not being voted on, but we actually, it's very clear that if we return to preparations, you may state your claim pretty clearly on why this decision is being made. On part of the board, I want to comment that I can't see it as good that we have a board meeting in the middle of the representative council meeting, not just in timetabling reason, but the groundings have not changed. I do not feel that we would not have, but we would reach a different verdict in the end if we would have a meeting right now. Any other requests for the floor? We have a proposition for return to preparation. Back to the board. We have a vote on this if no other. To save time as a vote counters, would it be okay that we have a directional vote and check if we need a closed ballot vote? Of course, that a slip vote is actually binding, so we don't have to make a closed ballot vote to make a binding decision. We can just make a binding decision on an open vote. Do we have any requests? Do you have voting slips? Yes, if you don't have voting slips, you should have 3 slips, blue, red and white. Does everybody else have their voting slips? There is still time to get a voting slip if you don't have them, or a set of slips. Looks like everybody has their voting slips, so I do not see any requests for the floor, so I propose that we will move to vote on whether or not we will return the board's proposition back to preparation. You can see the colors over there. Blue means that you are for the board's template. Orange means you want that to return back to preparations. And white means empty. Everything is clear. I'd ask the vote counters to come up front. We will now vote, so slips up now. Yeah. Vote counters may raise their votes. Do we need exact numbers? The voting result is quite clear. Looks like blue template wins pretty clearly. So the board's template is a victory. Thank you. And then we will continue with the delegation instructions. So I comment here that it'll be the next item, so we will decide in the middle. So we'll move this in the correct manner. So the motion is that closing the discussion, and the representing council decide to appoint the persons in the appendix of AYYE as representatives for the General Assembly of the National Union of University Students in Finland. Decided? Yes. Closing item 10. Moving to item 11, the preliminary debate on the briefing at the General Assembly delegation of the National Union of University Students in Finland. Thank you. To quote the regulation, the representing council should have a preliminary debate to the delegation, so they may give the delegation some instructions which they are bound to follow. These are decided by yourselves what kind of instructions you will hand out to the delegations. They might be from principals, the items you wish to raise, the topics, or the delegation culture in general. As a ground or template, briefing, an observation, so that Suunnitteluvaihe office has created as a part of their plan of work project placed by the General Assembly some instructions on personal choices of the delegations, and here is the contents of the briefing in short. I'd like to reiterate here that Suunnitteluvaihe is not offering specific facilities for negotiations as part of the General Assembly, and that the chairperson vote will be organized on the first General Assembly day, and the board votes will take place on the second day. My evaluation is that this will not make this whole situation impossible, but it will make it harder, because usually the negotiations happen between the first and the second day of the General Assembly, during the night. We've had some deals over the vote system, so this kind of makes it harder. And for your information is that delegates will receive information of the board and chairperson candidates through social media and a website, and at the General Assembly on site. There's kind of an assembly market, or assembly fair. It's a large auditorium where we have joint interviews for all the candidates, where the representative councils may suggest questions. Here is my grounds, or startup package for the debate. You wish that we would discuss, can I say, Suunnitteluvaihe and other corporations that Suunnitteluvaihe and other student unions own. I hope that we don't have to reinstate every comment. The regulation will be pretty important to the entire delegation, so that the representative council has the opportunity to impact on how the delegation will act in the General Assembly. Do you have any other discussions or questions about the delegation's activities? Looks like no. So if there are no other discussions, the delegation may, of course, discuss their own policies. Closing discussions and moving to decide. This was a clear, short debate. The motion is that the representative council decide to place on record the overview of the progress of the plan of action. Decide to place on record the preliminary debate on briefing the General Assembly delegation, not item 2. We'll have a meeting break at 35. We have a 10-minute break. Drink some water.
continue the meeting at 6:48 p.m. Welcome back. Yes. Next, we have item 12. Yes, we have item 12, overview on the progress of the plan of action projects. Yes, item 12, overview on the progress of the plan of action project. Yes, thank you. Here, overview on the progress of the plan of action projects. This is mostly because we have deprioritized the office program for the rest of the year due to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 situation. So in addition to the latest news from the office, we would wanted to also tell you what this plan of work or the action plan, where it's going and what it is. It's a document approved by you that you use to guide our operations at the office every year. And this time also to update it for the next year, this autumn. So these are kind of things that we promised to do that year. And here when you have this hierarchy, this structure is situated there below our guideline strategy, regulations, and the constitution, as you can see in this slide. And also the intention is that we use this kind of a strategy together with the action plan. And so the structure has been like this. So that the person's responsible, objective, how does it link to the strategy, current situation, proposed measures, also financial and staff resources and the timetable, estimate of timetable. And also there's kind of a little background to tell more about what this project or this proposal is about. You can also find this on inside this entire plan of action. Here on the kind of a headline level, our projects this year. This has been divided according to our strategy. AYYE as a social influencer, developer of Talto Spirit, AYYE housing as students' home, and other current matters. And these headlines have various projects within them. And so, first I will talk about what factors have affected our implementation of the action plan this year. We have a huge amount of ongoing work that we have to do every year. That takes our resources, takes up the resources all the time. And we are also kind of at the limit of our resources. So everyone does as the best they can and even more. Everyone's very almost overworked and our operations are very broad also in this field. And it's kind of a special situation this year. The emergency coronavirus has affected all of our operations this year. First, we had to implement our new operating models very quickly, kind of use remote solutions, new kind of technology, etc. And there's a very uncertain situation and situations that need us to react quickly, so that we really don't know what this will bring, the situation, what kind of things we need to do, what we will need to do. But we have needed to make these statements, policies very quickly, how to react to different situations, which has also been very burdensome for everyone and stressing. And also it has really affected our well-being and our work capacity. It's a very difficult situation for the whole world, both for working life and free time. And it has really affected, for example, the projects in the action plan. So in this kind of exceptional times, so these kind of basic functions and our ongoing functions have become even more emphasized. It has, we have had to prioritize what we will do. Think why does AYYE exist? Well, because we want to serve our members, and also what are our obligations stated in the law. And how can we make sure that our basic functions run smoothly and we can help our members also in this difficult situation. And our community has really needed a lot of support and help in this situation, and of course it's our responsibility to provide this support for our volunteers, associations, tenants, and also individual members. And also have to increase our communications a lot in every sector, every field. So not just for the communications team, but for everyone working at the office, we've had to really think more about communications, how to communicate to whom, and also this kind of a pressure that we are expected to communicate in 3 languages to everyone every day. There's a lot of pressure from our interest groups. For example, if there has been a mass infection, then how to react to that. And also this kind of challenges in our interest groups. For example, the university has challenges with their student register system, which has also affected our workload, that we've had to, for example, create invoices manually to hundreds of members so that they can pay their membership fee. And also one thing that really affected that we couldn't really take into account in our plan of action is this language issues, because we cannot just switch our language from Finnish to English, also because of the law, Universities Act. So this requires demands more resources when using 2 languages. So in addition to added resources that are needed for translation interpretation, also other employees have had to do more work to communicate in 2 languages. So it isn't impossible, but it really takes time and resources. And so we went through this kind of a current situation with the action plan on the 26th of August with the office. So what's the situation with the projects? Well, of course, this situation has really affected these projects, and for the rest of the year, we really can't say that what projects we can implement. A lot of depends on what you, the representative council, decides on, and what to prioritize, because we only have a limited amount of resources. So here you see the big picture. I'll go through this pretty fast, all the projects. So you can see that a lot of projects that will not be completed this year, and projects that, if you want us to, we will continue to work on them next year. So they will be added to the next year's plan of action if you want us to. So which means that there isn't that much room for new projects in the next year's action plan. So projects that will be finished, given that these exceptional circumstances allow, well, the development of our volunteer field, and also the reform of this categorization for associations. And AYYE's accessibility for international students has been deprioritized. I will go through that in more detail later. Project that became changed into ongoing operations. Well, this Sustainable Development Project, Guild Meeting, and then there are also these ones that will not be finished and will be continued next year, for example, municipal elections. Also the automation of our service functions, student media, if we decide to continue with that, and projects that will continue but not in the action plan. As projects, well, AYYE 10 anniversary year, we have to take that into account at least in the budget. even if you will not enter it as a project in the action plan. And also this shared spaces, communality, and developing communications towards tenants. So I go through them very fast. You can also go through them from inside. Well, our sustainable development, being a trailblazer in that, well, we have sustainability in our website. We have the reporting related to that since 2019. And we also have this consolidated our sustainable team at the office. We also have to define our concrete objectives and how to do compensation. This will not continue as a project because this will be a part of our ongoing operations in the future, integrated as part of that. Then municipal elections 2021. This year we've met with the parties, finished our campaign plan. The next year we'll communicate towards the candidates, and the elections will be held in April. That's a culmination point. And of course our objective is to get these goals through to the council. And what we have deprioritized, well, the events, of course, because of the coronavirus situation, but otherwise we have our plans, we have completed them. Of course this project will demand resources next year from communications. Then we have AYYE 10 anniversary year as part of the Builder of Aalto identity. Moved this to May, and also our historical publication is ready. We'll think about when to publish it. So, for example, the replay event has been a success. And all this all to X application has been very successful. We have used it to raise 20,000 euros for Save the Children program. And this will continue next year because the events for the festive week will be held next year, as well as the actual anniversary ball, and this needs to be taken into account in next year's budget. As the historical publication, it will be moved to next year. Then about this new categorization for associations and also the reform for the distribution of operating grants. Well, now we have looked into the previous material, talked with chairpersons of special status associations, a community committee, and also the board has discussed the issue, but the coronavirus situation also affects this project because the community committee, the community sector, has had their hands full in supporting associations. So we really cannot do this reform this year yet, because it's a very big process, and it's also important that we engage our members. So it's better to do it properly than try to rush it. Because the extra situation really affects this project. And then the development of volunteers, the volunteer field. Well, we have looked into the different roles of different actors regarding this and clarified the process, that how our committee is established and sections. These are the individual committees and new student section. We are assessing their functions, their operations now, and also volunteer recruitment. We want it to be kind of make more sense and would take well-being and resources more better into account, as well as equality. But we think that we will not this will not continue as a project next year, but of course developing our volunteer activities is part of our ongoing operations. Then more about our community structures. So while the guild meeting, well, we have these regulations are finished. It would be nice if we could have a meeting related to this, a physical meeting, but of course the coronavirus situation affects this as well. But the idea here is that this will also become a part of ongoing operations instead of a project. And so this guild meeting is kind of the new alternative for the Teekkari meeting. Also coronavirus situation affects, so can we really focus, how much we can focus on this project? Because we are getting thrown a lot of curveballs all the time because of this exceptional situation. And then the student center. Sort of a good progress here, but we haven't yet completed all of that we wanted to. The measures, a lot of challenges. Well, we started fundraising or started thinking about how to raise funds. Also, we have a priority is our cooperation with the university, and also the facility program and budget was discussed in Represent Council previously. And also we have now consulted, about to hire a consultant for sustainable development. You will hear more about this when we have news about the student center, but the situation has changed a lot since the last news about the student center. And we don't really know how this will continue and what to deprioritize, but this will also take up a significant amount of resources. AYYYE's accessibility for international students. The university has influenced that students outside the EU or EEA could get a scholarship for their tuition fee, but that's about it. If that person is a member of AYYYE board, that is, then they could make a scholarship from Aalto. But we don't have the resources to really do much else about this, and we also have to, for example, help individual international students in their difficult situations, which has taken a lot of resources. So it would be good if we could include this as a project next year, but then when we discuss about the action plan, then we will think about what you would like, what kind of project you would like to see in the action plan next year. And then about the Tekari village, the maintenance plan, it has progressed according to plan. Also the assessment about condition has progressed, long-term plans, and this was possible to do it within 1 year, so that's why we are not deprioritizing anything, but rather we will continue with the project. Pretty good if people would consider more about the big picture here and communicate it to the tenants. To our responsible new construction of new buildings, the program for that. Well, you just today approved the Miestentie project. And also our sustainable development consultant will also be part of this. And we'll try to find these models and practices that we could use in future projects. This is also a multi-year project which will not be completed this year, which was not even the intention. But some parts of it will be completed. Shared spaces and communality. In our real estate development steering group, we also have an expert representing housing, expert on housing, and they will also be responsible for these communal aspects. This project will continue next year in some parts, but most likely not in the actual action plan. Also, our service chief has changed. There's a different person now, which also affects this project. Also, the development of communication towards tenants. We didn't have the resources to do it in the spring, but now we have them again in autumn, so we are restarting this project. So this kind of will continue next year, but whether it will be a project in the action plan or not, well, we're not sure yet. But the coronavirus communications has also taken resources away from this project, from this development. Then in other current projects, while the automation and development of our service functions, a lot of focus on things that make paying the rent easier, but also because of the challenges in the university student register, we also try to get our own member register into better order. And for example, the automated locking, we've implemented that or went forward. Also these are self-heating saunas. And we also looked into these development targets, but haven't yet chosen who will do the development, who will implement them. and they will be selected next year. Of course, Corona situation has influenced this as well, because our IT resources have a lot of them have been used for Corona situations. At last, the future of the student media. Yes, you will decide today on how to move on with this. And the next item, no, actually we'll have the preliminary discussion today. We will decide it later. That's about it. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Okay. Thank you for the presentation and how the office is done during the coronavirus. Please come up to the podium next time, so I don't want to reiterate the comments. So, any other questions? Looks like no. Thank you, Elina. We will move to the motion. The motion is that the Representative Council decide to record the overview of the progress of the Plan of Action projects. Decided. Closing item 12 and moving on to item 13, the preliminary debate on the future of student media, with Luoto and Leinonen presenting. We are ahead of schedule. We are calling Edunvalvonta. Are they done with the term? So indeed, we have timetable for Laura. Edunvalvonta here remotely once they join the audio. At this stage, I decree that we are nicely on schedule. Thank you. Timetables are fluid, so. Okay. It's time to discuss student media and its future. In this discussion, first off, we'll have the presentation, about over 18 months in the process, and then we will have Edunvalvonta, who will be presenting the survey results for the student media survey for 2020, after which we'll have more presentation and some grounds. And in the end, we'll have the preliminary discussion as a final item. So, have we reached this stage? The most important of which is that this has started from the spring of 2019, when the chief editor of Aina magazine resigned. After which we did the decision by the Representative Council for an operational break, after which we'll have a survey on what's the future of the student media. What will it be like? We had Kaskas Media with the survey. We found out the wishes of the target groups of student media regarding student media and on the possible new format the student media would undertake in the future. This survey was not adequate to make a decision last fall, a year ago, so the budget was kept at 75,000. And this has been used to fund this new survey. And at that time, where the issue was returned to preparation, the Representative Council gave us some information on that fact that we want to find how can we create student media more cheaply. Now in the spring, we have an extra survey made by Untitled. We sent a competitive tendering, which we've discussed also with the Representative Council. And from the Representative Council groups, the groups have expressed their opinion on what the role of student media is in this community. The competitive tendering was sent and Untitled was picked for the new survey. Started in June. We had a future workshop, and during the summer Untitled worked on the survey, and it was actually made ready a few weeks back. You may find it in your materials for yours to peruse, which is used as the groundwork for the discussion. The aim here in this preliminary debate is to discuss on what the future of student media is. And then the next meeting we'll make a decision based on principle. Next up we will have Untitled on remote, discussing the survey. Can you hear us? At this stage, give them the right of residence and speech. No, nothing. Can you hear us now? Wonderful. Can we see anything? You can still see the can't see the presentation. There we go. Good. Waiting for a confirmation so we can start. You can see us well, and the Representative Council shows thumbs up. Hello, thank you very much. I'm Iida Haapanen from Untitled. I represent our team that has been undertaking the survey. I'm presenting our findings. There's a lot of things to cover and we have little time, even though you might be ahead of schedule, but I will go to the point. Well, you got a good presentation on what's this about, the starting situation, and some facts to get things going. Is that there are two borderline conditions to publishing, first of which is the publisher and this taxation benefit, so that when we are in the means of making student media, and these cost frameworks. So it's about the taxation benefits that print media gets. It's that it's available when it's a student union that publishes the magazine, and when we publish it 4 times a year. And like it says on the right, you have the costs for the options where you have it 2 times a year, 3 times a year, etc. Or a limited company basic. So you want to see that as a result, that you get the benefit is quite small. But it kind of binds us as a publisher to these tied down costs, because we must publish it X times a year. And we at this case 4 times a year. We will see a lot of that. It kind of demands our budget. And number 2 is the expected incomes, revenue streams. So that in terms of ad sales, these ad sales have been very low. All in all, I have to say that it has been pretty minuscule. it will probably not increase in the future because magazines are in dire straits at the moment and we are moving to a more digital format. It will be very challenging. So online marketing will not actually replace Aino's advertisement income because it would require a lot more work. And there are large media houses that still can't get this working and they have lots of personnel working with this. So we haven't really relied on this opportunity or possibility in our calculation. It's kind of a bonus, kind of a positive surprise. You should not base any calculations on advertisement income. And then, of course, we could have a volunteer-based subscription fees, but it's not actually a relevant option for you because you already have a membership fee. So it's not a sustainable system. What about in between, kind of an on-demand print? That it's one of the options it is shown. So with this groundwork, we will present our options. At this stage, I'll have to say about the future workshop that we already mentioned. We have that. And we discussed different things. We had 10 about key personnel there. We had new ideas. And we talked about principles. And like what would 2020 student media be like. The interactiveness, gamification, etc. So these are all good points. We also discussed a lot that, for example, you have audiovisual media. How could that be utilized in making Aino and all the studios? We'll have a working class media office Aino that would have long articles, podcasts, etc. So I can ask me session. Think of it as an item per item system. So there's kind of a board line on the base, and based on which we have drafted 4 suggestions. The borderline condition is the 75,000 in budget what you have placed, and all options have the start from the idea that AYYE will make it themselves and you will not purchase creation of the magazine from an outside provider. And of course it's clear that if you want to create more content with the current budget, you need to increase the method of creation to be more volunteer-based. Then on personnel costs and staff costs. So you know what we did think. We think that the minimum level is 30k per year, which means 40% chief editor and a 20% work pair, which is editing secretary, graphics person or something else. It's kind of a minimum value for this year, minimum value 40k, because this is quite little. This opportunity gives the fact that we can have a 40% chief editor and 20% work pairs. In addition to this, we have recognized kind of a purchase portion, kind of a freelancer budget, because especially if we want to create a more modern style of content, we need some sort of coding, graphics, content creation, funding, so we want to have money for that. So it's about 1,100 euros per month of work involved in the project. But this minimum would be about 10,000 a year. We feel that this is the lower limit or case limit for it. And this was based on the general work agreement of the business. Here are the options. These look like this. One is just a digital platform, no print. And then option 2 is a digital platform plus a current print, which is what we have now. Then we have a digital platform and an on-demand print. And then a digital platform and fluctuating journalistic experimental stuff. So going through these one by one. And digital platform, no print, would mean something like this. And digital platform, in addition, we would have all kinds of social media, content creation. The digital platform being the key role. This would mean that with print getting out, so the digital platform would be active in producing content, mostly through volunteers. And what has been counted is that this staff monthly wages with other costs, so it's like at least 30,000 a year, with the freelancers being at 10. Then in each calculation also includes 5,000 in general upkeep costs, investments, transportation costs, training costs. So they of course change on a case basis, and they can be based so that it's good to write about a minimum of 5k per year for these items. In addition to this, we have a digital platform that some sort of investment must be made on the digital platform to get kind of things going and you get the required functionality required by you. But you need to take into note that this kind of investment must be made. There's some upkeep costs. Those are more on the IT side of things. Of course, with digital advertisement sales, you may cover some of the costs, but you should count them as a bonus. This is not based on a certain level that needs to be achieved. And then we have the second option, which is the digital platform plus the annually printed magazine, which is at a current model with some variation. That can be changed at will or varied a bit. This is kind of the most common form of media. This is the most expensive form of media. When thinking of doing print media, it kind of locks us in a model where you need to make the magazine. 2A would be identical model. So we have the 4 times a year magazine with a 4,500 print count. When you're looking at it, it's about 75,000 a year. We have the 40,000 a year in wages for the editorialship. And then we have the 4 times in print and maybe digital material. We can't do it with less stuff than that. Then we have the freelancer 10,000 as well. Then print costs about 20,000 and other costs at about 5,000, totaling at about 75. You may make this happen in a smaller amount as well by taking away from staff costs, etc., etc. But as a notification or observation here is that the 10,000 is kind of the maximum that you can shave off. And the benefit is superficial at best. So the 75 would be the borderline. Then we have this option that maybe he could have a biannual magazine and keep the print as is. We'll of course have half in printing costs and about 10,000, and then we'll have the staff costs at about 30,000 a year, or about 55,000. Note an observation here that when the media comes out only twice a year, it's preferable that the digital platform would be more active. So in a sense, you may have a larger volume of work for the annual staff, so we can have the digital platform active. Then we have the 2C, which is a 4 prints with only 2,000. Here you can see what halving, or a bit more than halving the print would actually mean. So having a magazine 4 times a year and save some money in print costs. And of course, that's still about 70k. So the amount of printed magazines does not hugely affect the results. And then we have 2D, is a two-time print with 2,000 magazines. This shows that here we can actually get a smaller portion, but you need to take into account that the digital platform needs to be more active in this scenario. So it's not a large difference to B. And this digital platform has been taken into account, so that you should need to take into note that if you want to place more weight on digital content, you may have these preliminary investments. The third option is this digital platform plus on-demand print. In practical terms, it means that we would have a magazine each time that we know that this costs, meaning print and distribution, can be covered by, say, advertisement. We could have a corporate partner that could give the print for enough advertisements. We wouldn't be tied to certain groups, but we could have these good opportunities that we could do an on-demand print. So it's kind of a hybrid model. And here the distribution of costs would be between 45 and 75, because we need a digital platform and we need to place weight on that. And we do not recommend that you shrink the amount of digitalization, at least. So depending on the investments and staff costs, it's from 45 to 75,000 a year. Of course, with corporate cooperation, the costs are lessened, but they need piloting and work to be achieved. On number 4, we have the digital platform plus experimental journalistic stuff. That this contains idea 3, where the on-demand print, we could have some penchants on options. And in this situation, this is kind of signatory in a sense that this would be the most different mean of operation when comparing to others. Of course, this is not tied to one format or print amounts or things like this. The idea is that the chief editors and the editorialship would be given the decisions, or the freedom of decision based on our budget. So it could be on-demand print, it could be other kind of activities, events, making videos, podcasts, etc. So new means of operating. An observation is that if we end up in this solution in recruitment stage, you should take note but ask the chief editors that are being recruited on that how would they implement this, and to reiterate these corporate opportunities. But if we end up in a model like this, when we are choosing the creator, we need to have their vision of what it could be. The costs here in 4575, it kind of depends on the investment and staff, but of course we have the slider for digitalization. Some good examples. So you can actually get some practicalities. Yle Kioski is a good example of how to make a really, really good video journalism. Of course, journalistic discussions or case Musta Laatikko on Pop-Up Magazine by Helsingin Sanomat, where journalists come up on stage and talk about things and their backgrounds, etc. So kind of an interactive system. And they've changed the public's opinion on journalism. And then we have inspirational as Yale Daily News, which is news media but entirely volunteer created. So one person who is both chief editor and CEO, and they are running the show. It hasn't been given kind of an exact framework, but kind of a budget and an idea within which the chief editor has free rein. Then we have Must Read and Must Read Executive, which is a digital media, which has created things in a different way in terms of corporate content. They have this model where you have external funding, but in a manner where the funding has no control over what the content is. For example, this could be possible for Aalto, because Aalto students are an interesting demographic. So corporation partners might be interested. So, as a summary, we have these 4 options. Here you can see the 4 options and their budget sliders. 3 and 4 are a bit different, where the fluctuation is largest. So just around this digital would be cheaper, and this number 2 would be the different kinds of options. Then we also have 2 observations regarding recruitment of the chief editor. One of which was what I stated, that since you know, is that when you recruit the chief editor, you need a person who has options to try out new interesting content. And how would they implement these experimental things? So it wouldn't be such a leap of faith as because you'd have a chief editor with an idea on how to do things. And another observation is that the journalism 2020s is largely visual. Interactivity and visual and storytelling are very much present. It's important that the recruitment focuses on knowledge of visual storytelling. Many options here are very possible. Thank you. This is my take on things. And give you the summary and everything. Thank you. We will continue with our presentation. Yes. So, the board decided And after a long discussion is that AYYE would not create student media and we will not budget funds for student media for 2021. Here with the grounds. First off, from the point of view of AYYE students. It's really hard for us to actually gain information, a kind of a reliable information from our member base. We don't have information in the entirety that we don't know if student media is an important service for our members. We have the service survey from 2018. We have less than 5% of members and 60% of them never reads student media. And then we have Kaskas Media's survey on 2019, 64% deems that Aino is not made for them. So most of them feel that it's not made for students. Then again, we have strengths from your reps and council groups and the statements and their opinions that the student media needs to create this community and it needs to be an active discussion opener and a voice for the Aalto community, a critical voice. And this is kind of the group statements wish that it would be independent, it would be bold and a media platform based. Then, on a resource point of view, Aino has been on hiatus for 1.5 years, and our best interpretation of the will of the Reps and Council is that we want to create an entirely new form, not just a print magazine. So here we are in the situation which is completely new to AYYE, building an entirely new form. In these 18 months, we've managed to have all the managers, like I'm new, Elina is new, and Monica is new, and the representative council is new, and we have a new board, everything. So the knowledge to create student media is kind of non-existent due to the staff changes. Another point of resource is that student media has been funded by AYYE Services Limited. This has not been sensible because we need to think of whether or not student media should be set up in a new company. If so, who will be in its board? Would it be under AYYE, which would mean that someone from AYYE would be the chief editor, or chief editor's manager actually. This would mean that the person who would have the supervisory capabilities, they would be legislation they would be in charge of the chief editor that would supersede everything else. Then again, you heard before our presentation about the Chief Executive's discussion on student media and its implementation this year. The board had a real concern for the basic functions of the student union. So this new possible activity, creating a new student media, it requires at least 3 staff members and 1 staff board member for about a year. And currently we cannot afford that. We do plenty as it. And creation of this new student media would create lots of work for the management. We would need to have at least communications, the chief executive and the financial side, and me. On the other hand, the other point is that ongoing surveys take resources. And from a financial point of view, it is very expensive. So you need to also manage the survey people, so it takes up work hours as well. Then we have the financials and student media. Elina already told about the cool budget jokes, so I will not be doing any budget jokes, but the option and the aim here is to give some financial questions that give grounds to the board's template. For this presentation I have presented some graphs. Hopefully I will use them to present on how this student media links to our financial activities. Here is our example graph from our budget framework and student media. So this shows that dotted line, which is our budget framework, 550,000 euros a year. The budget framework is the amount of money that comes from our investment funds, which is used to cover our organizational costs, and this 550,000 is the sustainable amount of money that we may remove them from our investments, according to our financial real estate committee and real estate management. And this is last year's budgeting. Last year fall, when the Reps and Council decided to give the 75,000 to student media, it was kind of put on the top of the framework, so we kind of raised the cake. So we kind of made this decision that we will never reach the budget framework. And in the same meeting, the Reps and Council deemed the board to create a long-term sustainable financial plan, which means that we would really be careful in our new investments and all in all rethink our financial systems so that AYY's financials would be stable for 20-40 years. And keeping this in mind, if we would budget student media again, be that 50, 75 or whatever, this central graph is kind of impossible. We cannot do that again if we want to create this long-term plan and implement it as intended. So some budgeted on top of the framework. If we want to create student media, we need to do the budget framework so that so we need to make a hole in the budget framework. And on more examples, here's a very simple example of this year's budget framework. And through this we aim to depict on how the financial balance works. Here on the left-hand side we have the purple blobs depicting our income. We have the budget framework and our membership fees. And on the right-hand side we have the yellow blobs, are the costs. Operational grants, 93k. We have event costs, 70k. Volunteer costs, 55k. Then we have single rental spaces. We gain money for those, but we kind of rent them for so low amounts that they actually end up in the red. So they're kind of an expense, not an income. It's good to take into account that when discussing investments, or we want to do something more, it's always away from someone, because it be it away from our investment funds, be it away from the members, or from our activities that we need to cut down on activities, especially when discussing the budget framework. When thinking, you need to keep in mind that it's the optimal situation is that the budget framework would actually cover most of our members, so that the services that we provide are good for as many members as possible. Moving forward, if we would add student media here, it would kind of tilt the scale because our student media is competing with other activities. If we want to increase our costs, it kind of upsets the balance. And in addition to the board's template, we have presented with solutions on how to do this. And how do we redress the balance? We have three options. We can increase money on the income side. We increase the budget framework. We may make a decision on increasing the budget framework. And at this situation, AYY's financials is that if we want to do that, it's possible. But with student media, increasing this budget framework, so it would be for 10 years, and our financials are not stable enough for 10 years for this option. So the Financial Real Estate Committee does not recommend increasing the framework, and it would be actually clashing with our long-term financial planning that our board is actually committed to. This is why we do not recommend this. We would actually, of course, increase the student membership fee. It's easy to raise this cost by 2.85 euro per member. It's possible, but are we sure that student media is a service that each and every member will happily pay for? 5 euros or more per year. Then the option is, of course, to cut down on expenses. If we look at our costs, we should look them at one operational area at a time. We do not have a kind of a cheese grater that would solve this. We could just not whittle them out a little from everything. So we'd actually need to prioritize our activities. So based on our surveys, the activities that have been listed, like operational grants, single rental spaces, events, we know that the members value these and they want these services. They feel that these are important and good services. So this is why, regrettably, the board sees that we cannot whittle away at them and we cannot reprioritize them, and we cannot propose that we would actually prioritize student media above these. So in summary, from the template, first off, a big thing for the template is that this promise that AYYE board has made last year, that we will commit to making long-term sustainable financial politics that takes into account our capabilities financially. And secondly, if we would want student media, if we don't do any changes to our financials, we will not now or in the future be in the budget framework that we seek for. And the third point is that we prioritize everything equally. And we prioritize other activities over student media actually in this state. So we don't want to cut a hole into the framework to fit student media. Then a couple of points for a couple of slides, which we've discussed earlier. First off, how could have we afforded student media in the past? What has changed? Why is the budget so tight all of a sudden? Like Laura mentioned, student media used to be under AYYE Services Limited, which is a company. Even though it's in our consortium, it's a separate company. And we see that we cannot fund AYYE organizational activities through a separate company. There were other problems. This company was in liquidity problems, kind of financial problems until the hiatus. And it was changed for the 2019 budget. And these reporting activities are kind of in the core of this. Through AYYE's history, our reporting activities have been quite, well, colorful. We've tried to clean them up since 2018-2019 in order for us to reach a more transparent financial planning system, so it would be easier to make decisions as a student union regarding the finance. So, meaning in reports it'll show costs like IT that have not been visible there before. we don't actually even know that haven't actually would have had any more money for student media in the previous years due to reporting reasons. It had been under the services limited, which is why depicting of the numbers has been widely more difficult. And also reaching the framework has been more difficult because our income is not increasing as much as our expenses are. How about the real estate side? Could that save the day? Regrettably, no quick money is to be gained from real estate. We have this real estate policy from 2016. It decrees that real estate income cannot be used to fund activities. An exception to this is investment real estate, but we've kind of regrettably sold our investment real estate, and we don't actually have anything that's up for sale that we could just sell and to gain money for student media. We may change housing real estate to be investment real estate, but we don't really have realistic options there that we could actually sell them quickly. And it might not be even good as an idea. We have lots of renovation loans, we'd need to make investments, and then we could sell them, and well, we actually get profit from this is kind of debatable. And as a reminder, we have lots of ARA targets, we cannot change them to investment real estate. Then also we have the questions on have we moved the real estate resources, communications, board members, etc., down to the real estate budget? Yes, we have. And is this regulation of the fact that these funds to be separated, is it intentionally so? And our depiction is that yes, it is. But if the Representative Council feels that this is something that you maybe want to change or look in the future, taking into account that it's not a quick decision, it's a development project that can be placed in next year's plan of work, if you feel it's important. Also, AYYE sustainability has limits. So in bullet points, in short, we have a wonderful community. I'm really proud of our community, how innovatively we want to try new things, and to look at how the Aalto community can mean for each and every one of us. But a community that says yes to many things needs to remember that we must be able to say no at times. The board feels that we wouldn't have any other option but to propose it. This template that we would not have student media at least next year, and for at least as long as we can actually get our staff resources under control. It's a difficult decision. Like Laura mentioned, it was we discussed this for several hours, and I understand that it's for the Representative Council, it's a difficult decision. All decisions based on our values and the activities of the student unions are naturally very, very challenging. I want to reiterate that the board sees that the value student media has is existent, and this is why this decision is so hard. And the idea of an independent student media is something that the whole office holds. This cancellation decision does not mean we could have a student media in the future. When could that be? Can't say. But when our activities and the realities make it possible, it's something that we could definitely discuss. If, however, you decide to set up a student media, in contrast to the board's template, the next steps in this project would be that once you make a decision, you will also decide on what budget it will be made with. Our recommendation from AYYE side is to take the minimum budget, which we are on this 40,000 euros. We could make a media platform-based student media for 40,000. And also a more important point is that if you decide to budget it, you need to give the board some guidance on how do we do this when we are creating the 2021 budget. Will we increase the framework? Will we increase the membership fee, or will be cut on activities? If so, which activities? And then, if you set up a media in 2021, first off we will update Aino's regulation to better reflect the new format. Then we will recruit a chief editor and start to build student media, invest on the media platform, volunteer editorialships, and its organizational planning on how the volunteers would come under AYY's umbrella, what staff member would be responsible for them, and maybe in 2022 student media would start be published once again. This is our proposal. Then we have the questions and the debate. Without further ado.
Yes, thank you for an excellent presentation. And the local also present if you want to ask them anything. Opening the discussion. But I'll remind you that this is a preliminary debate, and this will be up for decision in the next meeting, the actual decision. And this has been a very lengthy process, so in the previous meeting, you decided to bring it back to preparation, this issue. And that's what we did, and we are meeting for 2020. There was also discussion when selecting this creator of the report. I'd like you to make clear and concise speeches, because I know this will spark a lot of discussion, this topic. Because we have many big decisions coming up this year, and this is one of them, opening discussion on the subject. Are there any speeches from groups prepared in advance? Please raise your hands if you have group speeches. Yes, 2. So, yes, great. So, like to, in the future, please let me know beforehand if you have prepared a group speech. They're always good for opening the discussion. So, please, if you could hold these group speeches first, before the general discussion. So, vihreämpi aalto first. Yes, you can also find this in your emails, this speech.
Paina siitä napista.
Yes. Hello, Kari from Vihreämpi Aalto. You can find this in your emails. Vihreämpi Aalto. To give you our opinion, very short and concisely. And we see that we have 3 possible solutions. First, would you like to see Aino continues a digital publication? This will be half of the previous budget, both 40,000 euros, which is a significant cut to Aino's budget. This will be, we could also have a digital plus on-demand option, and we would say that we would produce this media for the next X years with the minimum budget. Secondly, if we cannot do Aino ourselves, then we will propose that we would cooperate, for example, with Yhteisö student magazine with the 40,000 euro budget. We understand that for these 2 options that I mentioned, we need cuts or more income to do it. And this income is difficult to get, and would not see this as possible, so we would propose these cuts for the next meeting. If we could see we have something to cut that are in accordance with our values. And as a third option, we think that if we just can't continue with Aino, the digital version, or with Who's student magazine, then we need to make a committing plan on when we will continue producing student media, because both this board and previous board and also this and previous Representative Council have seen that student media has meaning and has inherent value, and if because of our current financial challenges we cannot produce this media now, then we would hope that we can commit the student media in the future when we have a more sustainable basis for our finances. And we could do this plan together, for example, with this year, with the board, together with the board and Representative Council. And while we wait for Aino's comeback, then we hope that AYYE could use, for example, Guild magazines or Kulttuuri magazine for sharing current news, so that we will not be completely devoid of this kind of a media distributed by AYYE. Thank you. Next, Valtti. Yes, thank you. Great to be here once again. And first, Valtti would like to thank the board and the office for this good preparation for the discussion. Throughout the process, we received 2 reports from 2 media agencies, and thank you for them. Thank you to Kaskas Media and Ellunkannet. During this break, Aino's break, we have had a very thorough discussion and reached a conclusion that for independent journalistic, that there's a need for this kind of a new independent student media. However, all the needs of our organization need to be fitted into our finances, financial sustainability. So Volt's stance, we are very much in line with board's proposal. We feel that in the current financial situation, the responsible situation is to deprioritize Aino's budget next year. However, we hope that the office and the board will take this budgeting need into account in the strategic work and also in the future fundraising work, so that in future years we could reach a situation where we could, both financially and human resource-wise, we could sustainably publish a new Aalto student nimian, no matter the format. Thank you. Now if the board has anything to comment, please. Yes, thank you for the speeches, for preparing them. And as a comment for Vihreämpi Aalto, the second to last point about the future planning, yes, a great idea. We will give it a thought, most definitely. And when talking about this long-term financial planning, it's what we intend to do. And maybe as Elina already talked about the situation at the office regarding the action plan, it kind of also shows that we have not progressed as much as we would have liked this year. We will do a long-term financial planning next year, but this is a thing that we will take into account. And it's very difficult to kind of promise anything concrete figures or future deadlines for when we will have such a sustainable financial situation that we can continue with student media. Because we really need to look even more into what our current situation is, because we really haven't had the time or resources to do that as much as we would have liked. Monica, have anything to comment about the long-term financial planning? Yes, in the next meeting we will talk about budgeting and long-term financial planning. of course, if you have any questions about finances, you can also ask them in this meeting, but we will have the main discussion in the next meeting. Yes, with the Financial Real Estate Committee, we talked that could we have, for example, some kind of indicators, that when we see that we have fulfilled these indicators, then the future board and office would be obliged to look into this issue again once these indicators have been fulfilled. But it will also be poor decision making that we demand future people, future office to do something. Maybe it would be better to give recommendations to future of people at the office than to give this kind of very strict obligations. But thank you for this very good proposal. And I'd also like to comment that, as Monica already said, that in the next meeting, Council meeting, we'll talk about the long-term financial planning. All in all, our administration and management, our goal is that we can in the future have this kind of implement these new ideas, new projects, because now at this situation our financial and human resources are so scarce that we cannot really do it now. But we now need to think what to deprioritize so that we would have the resources for the things that our members, students really want us to do. Because that's why we're here, to do that. But we have to draw the limit somewhere, and we have kind of reached the limit now. But when looking at the future, well, maybe we could do it with an 80% focus. So we have kind of more room for new ideas and implementing them. So that's our long-term goal. Any other requests for floor? We'll have the preliminary discussion. Yes, Emil. Vilma for Valtti. With our student media, I'd like to point out that our student union is run by volunteers, and we do a lot of fantastic things thanks to the volunteers. We also do media thanks to volunteers. And for example, the Physician Guilds magazine and OPS that saved our Vappu this year. That is why I really don't understand why our student media is this kind of a taboo that we have to pay for it. That it cannot be work with only for free with volunteers. So the way I see it is that rather that we have no student media, we would give the chance to volunteers to do our student unions student media. That's why I think it would be very nice if we would establish a committee or a similar body next year to look into this possibility and maybe even start implementing it with volunteers, even if there is no budget for it. Thank you. Next Loukkanen, then Lammi. And also please, if you want to speak, please request the floor. Yes, Loukkanen from Skisma. Independent media has inherent value in our community and a place. But the original starting point for this discussion about Aino was that Aino does not really fulfill the tasks that have been set for it. It's not quite what we want it to be. Elon Kannat did this report, and according to it, and they had this many proposals on how to change the format of Aino closer, but not quite to fulfill the purpose of student media. Based on this, I'd like to ask the Representative Council to be bold and not always go with the status quo. That, for example, that even some kind of media with a smaller budget or with no budget at all would be better than just scrapping the entire project and use the resources elsewhere. And when talking about the budget, I've always have been of the mind that when we talk in the council, we talk too much about the money we use and about the budget in these meetings. The council should more focus on decisions of principle and steering the operations and have faith in the board and the people at the office that they can really do all this. And we also have to kind of value the board's proposal when they say that we cannot do this with these resources and have faith in them. Now, a very clear comment on this feedback that this will require big changes if we want to continue with the student media. And in light of these 2 points, I would like to see that in the next meeting we will vote against continuing student media that is in accordance with board's proposal and not have this kind of a new format for this very troublesome thing that we have had, because this new format would not solve the problems we've had with it. Next up, Lammi. Yes, Lammi, pro arte. Whereas all of us have done completely something else for the last month, the board has given a lot of thought, for example, to this project as well, and given a lot of alternatives for us, well thought out alternatives. And I really can't believe that if after these very lengthy, extensive reports, and based on them, the board will decline this proposal given by the board and still establish some kind of student media, then I think that the office would have kind of the required energy to actually implement the student media. Maybe they would just do something to kind of tick the boxes we require them to. And this would probably lead to Aino media that will be a shadow of what we want it to be. So Pro Arte and I myself personally think that we need to listen to the board at this point and have faith in them. Thank you. Thank you. Alasalmi Henten yläpoikkeus. There's still time to request the floor. Alasalmi from Luova. First of all, thank you to the board for the material and also board council for this discussion that we have had also before this meeting. Luova as their group speech. So as a comment, now Luova understands AYYYE's financial concerns, and that is why is for the board's proposal to discontinue student media and not budget money for it next year. But also another comment, I think it's kind of a peculiar that in the justification it says that we do not know if the community sees student media as a priority, and we cannot really say that they don't see it as a priority. So if they don't know what kind of a value this new media would bring, then can we even talk about this prioritization? There's another thing related to kind of these rhetorics. People have said that hopefully in the future we can continue, and when the situation changes, I'd like to see that to look into, when doing the budget, how we could fit this into the budget in the future. Yes, board can comment now. Yes. As I mentioned in my reply to Luova, the board has not at any point have taken a stance on what our members would think about this media in the future. We only said that at this moment, currently, as we also mentioned in our proposal, that we don't have enough data, unfortunately, to really say that this is a service that our students certainly want. But yes, thank you for the good comments. Thank you to the board and for the people who have taken part in the process and made the reports. I think we have a lot of material for us to make the decision to the council in the next meeting. And the way I see it, this discussion about the future of student media is really much related to AYYE's ongoing strategic process. So when you think about their future strategy, how to take our members and its drivers into account, we need to take that, consider that as well. Those are kind of subjects related to the student media that are important to that, can also be important for AYYE in general, and we need to have this kind of a vibrant discussion about them, which is important. And this is a motion that we will discuss later on is related to this as well. The replies to the service survey are kind of problematic, and one peculiarity that I saw was that have you used student media in the last 6 months? And it's been a hiatus for 18 months, so probably not. I think that no one here is no more defending standing up for this paper magazine, so we've already made this kind of a decision already. And how this all relates to student media and my own views about it is that kind of inspired by this agile mode of operation proposed by Ellun Kannot, AYYE could easily offer this agile platform to reach out to the members, and also some kind of a budget that could be used for volunteers to members to pitch their ideas on how to implement this media, and also support our members' engagement in our community. So instead of trying to build this magnificent concept, maybe we would just have a small sums of money for giving the voice to smaller projects. But also very much for Vihreämpi Aalto that when they said that we would AYYE would highlight these magazines that are now being published by guilds, for example, and AYYE could do its part to also circulate these magazines. Miettinen, Vihreämpi Aalto, representing council. I'm very happy to see that we have a strong consensus that student media is a good thing. Everyone would like it to be present in our community, or at least majority of us. But now, what's the main idea is that do we have the resources for it? But the thing that I'm kind of afraid of is that since we have the consensus that we would like to have a student media in our community, so when we make this, if we will make the decision that was proposed by the board in the next meeting, that we will not have anything in the budget for the media, then we will not stop there, because then after a year or two we will come back to this topic and see, well, do we have the resources now, the money to do it now? So I'm kind of afraid that then we will have people want to have a new report, think that these old reports are outdated. So I'd like to have kind of a more systematic approach, more planned out approach to the board's proposal. Because if we decide not to include this in the budget, it will only stop it for 1 year. And since everyone here appreciates journalism and student media, please let us make sure that we don't have to go back to square one and go through all this fuss again. And all the expensive reports. Thank you. Here Mia from the board also wants to comment. Yes, most definitely. Of course, the board doesn't want to bury student media for good. That's not the idea behind our proposal. The point is that we need the time and resources to really give this more thought instead of trying to rush headlong into this, do things that have been so-called forced to do, so to say. So this long-term financial planning is an excellent example of time and that we need it. Well, this year, me and Laura, we have used up a lot of our work time for engaging the members, working with Ellun Kanat, being involved in the report. So the point is that hopefully we would have more time for that at the end of the year. Yes, and now please, if you request the floor, please raise your hand. Once again, Apurva is marked down here, but was there someone else? Okay.
Pohjaesityksen, I'd like to thank the board for their clear and concise presentation. The board's proposal and the Ellun Kanat survey says that creating student media in a sensible way would be really expensive from a budget point of view. This is why our group, Pohjaesityksen, feels that if we are in a situation where we cannot create student media without cutting the funds from somewhere else, we must prioritize association funding over student media, because associations are the really big thing in Aalto to students in value creating activities and Aalto hangouts, etc. Seppälä followed by Ganu. Seppälä followed by Ganu. Seppälä Vihreämpi Aalto, to continue my group's last statement. The arguments, I would wish and I would see that at this stage the best thing would be to add student media in our new strategy as its own target, when AYYE needs to think of how to redefine this. But student media would not be a limbo. Its creation would be in our new strategy. Would that be implemented by having a new student media or support the subject organization magazines or the projects? That's something that we may discuss with the strategy, but I would see that in this discussion of the strategy we should have a clear topic. Thank you. Apurva next. You may request for the floor if you wish to do so.
Make their voices heard through the media. So, of course, it might be expensive, but I think it's necessary. How expensive, I think, is something we can agree on, but I think by making it zero, we simply don't allow the discussion to happen in the first place.
No other requests for the floor have been made. I thank the presenters and the representative council for good speeches in this preliminary debate. Thank you to Ellun Kanat as well. Thank you on our part as well. Closing discussions and moving to the motion. The motion is that the Representative Council decided to record the preliminary debate on the strategy process regarding student media. Closing item 13, moving on to item 14, preliminary debate on the corporate relations strategy with Joel Himanen presenting. Awesome. Yes, so good evening on my part as well. It's been a long meeting. It's going to be longer still. And we will have lots of large topics on the table today. And thank you for participation in the discussion. So you may maybe do some light exercises and some stretching so you don't completely lose focus, and maybe give like an elbow 5 to get into a good mood. Next, move up to the corporate relations strategy. And meaning corporate relations and the corporate relations strategy, which many of you will have questions on what this is and what might it be. You will find out in the next 15-20 minutes or so. So, corporate relations always fuck up. That's kind of a phrase that's been mentioned many times. So, when you've managed to check out all these financial presentations and all the numbers on corporate relations, that it's kind of true, the statement that Yrpä always screws up. So that's why in the last 6 months we've kind of started to do things and started to find out on what has been done and why, and how can we get things back on track and get the numbers fixed. As motivation on why this kind of a project has been undertaken is that within the organization we already have internal mishaps on what our purposes of our corporate relations actually are, why we actually do corporate relations, corporate cooperation, and that's kind of a problem that has slowed down doing corporate relations as well. And this year, as you know, the strategy is being under review and update. This is a kind of a natural to do this because AYYE strategy earlier has not had any mention of corporate relations in the past. Based on this, because in March we had the coronavirus situation and corporate relations kind of, as you saw from the numbers, lost all their revenue streams. We started to think on what to do, what can we do, and the answer naturally was that we start to think of development projects. And we led to the situation where we need to do a kind of complex discussion process on why do we actually do corporate relations, which is why at the end of the spring we started to host discussions on different kinds of forums with the board in several situations, but also in the other parts that why do we do corporate relations and why in the future should we do corporate relations. So this process was culminated between May and June, is done in the board's workshop. we gathered these kind of statements that were bold on how our corporate relations could look in 5 years and where would we do corporate relations in 5 years. And from these bold statements, we then took the statements that were second most in the board and to create this kind of a strategic framework that I will soon present to you. Then it's actually good to clarify on why we are discussing this in the Representative Council and why I'm here babbling, which is that the goals are to integrate this into the new strategy. This is kind of the core. So primarily this will be a sector guiding system. So part of this is that we want all the goals clarified to the entirety of our organization. We actually want to get concrete write-ups for next year's plan of work. We've also discussed on the strategy of the student union. We need to make some write-ups as well, but now that we are currently not yet knowledgeable on how the strategy will actually look like, is like how will it look? But this option is very, very open as of yet. Good points to keep in mind and good to understand about our corporate relations. It might be very, very clear-cut and concise and self-explanatory for many, but with the discussions that we've had, this is actually something that's good to reiterate. Is that even though the numbers might not be red, they might be alarming, our corporate relations have not been on the red, actually. The numbers have not been on the plus side that much, but we have not lost money on this. And we have partial workers currently, mean that we have expenses in the corporate relations sector. And if we want to continue our corporate relations costs, is that we need to cover these from somewhere. Then we have also had examples of concrete activities on how to reach these goals, and these are at this stage hypothetical. And examples on how we tried in the sector, we tried to idea to support your decision-making process. You're not committing to actual activities, but these are rather something that what could these things imply? You should not overtly focus on the word form, but actually the contents. And we will discuss this in more detail later. And as questions to the Representative Council, next up we will have the system in itself. And the question is that do you feel, as a Representative Council, that these are good goals to guide AYY's corporate relations activities in the future? And if there are any discrepancies, what kind of additional information do you wish to receive for the next month meeting's decision-making? Then to the stake itself, the main course. So here are 4 of the bold statements. And these have been defined by the corporate relations sector. These are English here because these are the word forms that the board we approved. So these have not been translated into Finnish, that these are still kind of work in progress forms. So you notice that it might be nothing exemplary or new, but this is kind of clarifying what we already do, but to get it in some sort of written format that can guide our activities. So the first of which is that the biggest box is AYY's CR is to go-to partner to Finland's future. It means that we want to be the first go-to place where when thinking of how to actually get contacts, the professionals of the future in Finland. So this is kind of a clear will on, we want to offer our cooperation partners the gateway to our member base. And also, as you notice that you will soon notice that there is kind of a goal on the fact that we also want to do as much as possible in these corporate relations, and we want to create money for the student union as well. 2 boxes on the lowercase left-hand side have been valued by the board as special knowledge targets, kind of angles that are very special to AYYE, that we can create in a manner so that rare people can actually reach that. Here our volunteer field is mentioned here. We are doing quite large discussions in terms of volunteers. We have lots of volunteers, so marketing this volunteer expertise is something that is a very, very big strength to us. Another what is our very, very large pool of international knowledge. We have an amazing base of international knowledge and like high-level expert students. So this is something that we wish to market it. We have lots of professional international workforce available that the businesses should utilize. And on the right-hand side is that the board recognized that, of course, our association field does lots of very specific special corporate relations, but there's kind of large levels of knowledge between and fluctuations. Like younger associations, there might be a situation where you haven't had this, kind of the cooperation network is still undergoing its construction. So we want to support these activities and these associations in their activities, in their own corporate relations activities, that is. So these are kind of the main headlines, and to these is something I would ask that you will focus your main attention on as themes. Are these themes in this prioritized order that you would feel that these could be good guidance for our corporate relations? In the next slide, I will not open these that much. I will not read this slide, but this kind of opens purposes, goals and actions. On the right-hand side, like I said, I meant examples of actions that we could use to reach the goals. And to this you can familiarize yourself with. This is the last slide. I will leave this open here as I'm babbling on, which is that you may read these out, and then you will have this in your email as well. You may get to know these more via that way. So what should I highlight? First off, that on the Monday group chairpersons meeting, Greener Aalto had a good point on this. Does not mention the fact that we, how would I say, choose our customers based on what kind of ethical basis, ecological, ethical activities these corporations take. This is a good point, but in the corporate relations sector we feel that this system is not where we mention it, because we already have a policy paper, and a policy paper already actually has the set of instructions on corporate activities and how to do corporate relations. So the policy paper already guides us in our choices of corporate relations, and we feel that it's the right place to mention this. Not necessarily the strategy, but the corporate policy paper. Yes, as a last point, what I can actually see on my part is that we are not hiding the fact that our #1 goal, that was most clearly based in our workshops, and most second is that the point is to raise CR as a viable source of income for AYYE. Can you see the laser pointer there? Yes. Middle column. I'm too tired, but not translating. It's like I said, viable source of income. You might think of it as well, it has been so screwed up for that many years that will we actually get it going? I see lots of potential, but I am very sure that if we clarify these goals for the entire organization and actively start to develop our sales activities on a long term, we can actually increase CR as a viable source of income for AYYE. And as we have noticed in the budget discussions, is that this student union could use all the money we can get. I would see that, for example, corporate relations in the future could be a good parameter on can we sustainably, for example, create student media. So I could conclude my presentation with these thoughts if you have any questions, comments. I would like to discuss this more in the future as well, but if you have any questions or discussions, please do so. Opening discussions. I'd like to talk about the white box. When I talk about international students, is that this kind of skips all the other minorities, especially that when we are talking about this McKinsey report, international experts, when we talk about racialization, genders, age, which all are discriminatory activities in the workplace, and it would be very important that AYYE would take into account all of these other factors that kind of prevent all the people from gaining play on the market. Why it's problematic that gender minorities are not represented, but we have an audit system which does not take into account gender, and we need this kind of diversity more. And this is something that, looking at research, just focusing on international students and supporting them in this stage, based on the research, it's kind of a contrary to this. And it leaves out lots of older people, which is a really regrettable thing, because there are some minorities that are in a weaker position. There's things that AYYE needs to do better in Aalto as well. Thank you. Yes, Myllykangas-Valtti, I'd like to thank Joel for the CR work that he has undertaken, that this has been taken under advisement. Last year's CR correspondent, the wall that we hit usually was that this is not in any strategic paper or papers, so that kind of tumbled things down in the end, and coronavirus has kind of been kind of a reality check in the sense that we have this on the table now, and we can maybe harness this because we have lots of potential. In addition, that we can place several tens of thousands into events. We have the opportunities to maybe invest into corporate relations. That would create us income and a buffer zone and income for the future, smooth out the waves. This looks very good. Thank you, and for your hard work. Thank you. I'd like to thank, and I think it's really nice that this strategy has included volunteers. I've been a volunteer in a guild and associations for several years. It's kind of really wonderful that this has been recognized, because sometimes it feels like everything that time that I've spent developing our volunteer activities I could have developed myself, but yeah, that everybody has significance is a wonderful thing to notice. So thank you for notifying and taking note of volunteers and their hard work. Thank you. We're wondering with Luoval that what AYYE CR side take operational grants from other associations because they might have better customer bases in terms of associations. It was kind of vague that what would AYY's part be with CR. Yes, I can actually answer it directly at this stage that this has been for several years, ever since the student union started doing corporate relations, that it has been on the table, the kind of worry that is student unions CR away from the guilds and associations. And currently the depiction and interpretation in the student union and in the field, for example, the association CR correspondence is that the field is different, so that these customers that cooperate with AYYE are searching for access to a very, very wide sector of students. So at no stage are we doing something that we aim to take away from associations and their cooperation partners. We have lots of situations where we have contact requests, but when we've noticed that, okay, actually this is something that the company is not trying to contact the sector, but trying to contact, for example, dekkari people that will hand them out to the association. So I want to alleviate your fears that AYYE cooperation relations are not something that's away from associations relations. So the field of customers is vastly different. Now you had a second question. Yes, the other question about supporting associations. It was also felt as the most requirement thing, and that's that how can we actually be of use to our associations when regarding corporate relations. We've mentioned some examples, like how if associations want to take their corporate relations to a more professional level, like we could offer trainings, for example, CRM training, so corporate relations management training, and focus on training the CR correspondents. And at this stage, it's kind of a Pandora box to open this alumni network card, because AYYE itself doesn't really have a strong alumni network, and it's kind of seen as a thing. But a few examples notwithstanding, you may think of these things in the future as well. Any other requests for the floor at this stage? Looks like no. Thank you. I may, before the decision-making discussion, I could actually send an email to you as well on any questions you might have on this situation. But otherwise, thank you for the comments, and let's continue with these until the next meeting.
Okay, closing discussion, making the decision. The Representative Council decided to record the preliminary debate on the corporate relations strategy. Closing item 14. Now, I'm seeing a lot of very restless people in the audience, so we could now hold a 5-minute break. So the meeting is now on break. We will return in 5. seeing that everyone is present. Does anyone see anyone missing from their group? Apparently no. So yes, let's continue with the meeting at 9:02 p.m. And moving on to item 15, latest news on the strategy process. Noora. Thank you. Hello, I'm Noora. Member of the board, responsible for strategy, among other things. I suppose I also have a vice chair from the committee here. Tell about the news, but they couldn't make it. So I will be holding this presentation instead. Yes, so let's firstly go through what has been happening with the strategy progress, what has been going on. The strategy committee has met regularly. Our main emphasis has been on value work. So we have worked on values both with the management team and with the AYYE board. And working the values with the entire office, prioritize them. We have also before that, we have talked about values with the committee in the summer. We have started work on the strategic goals with the office and with the committee. We have now considered what our vision, the best student's life in the world, what it actually means. First we have thought of what does it actually mean so that we can identify the steps needed to reach this goal, this vision. So about the schedule for the strategy, in November Representative Council meeting we'll have a preliminary discussion on it, and in December meeting we will hopefully make a decision. Then here you can also see the regular meetings, next meetings of the strategy committee. And about value work, we have now received values to work on from 3 different sources. The widest has been the strategy survey, which has engaged the most people. We heard about its results. There will be a lot of proposals for new values. The majority, or very many people, really proposed new values. Then we also worked with the strategy committee and with the office. And we have formulated a first draft on these values, and we have discussed them with the management team and the board, but it's still just a draft. So next we will develop it further based on the comments we have received. We'll work more on it with the office and the committee. And the aim here is that before bringing you the document, you could have the chance to comment on these values. And lastly, here, well, it's kind of in small print, but I'd like to present to you that what kind of findings, what we have received regarding the values, the input. I will not go through in too much detail, but as you can see, here are a lot of same values as in our current ones: promoting well-being and equality, building communal spirit. So they're very much visible here. So this equality and communality are here. And also because of humanity, equality, being empathic towards others, accepting other people. These are kind of more subcategories. And here, as you can see, we also diversity and internationality. There's a big theme In the replies received, there's been a lot of talk about sustainability, especially ecological sustainability. Most likely because it's not that visible in our current values. The members have told us that this would be an important value in the future to really bring out. Then also got this kind of a very student focus. It's got trust involving everyone. There's kind of an interaction, values related to interaction between AYYE and the members, and also because of courage, which is in our current value has been very evident a brave pioneer. So these are the values that we have been working on. So next we are shifting our focus more on the goals. Yes, I think that's it for the presentation, but if you have any questions related to the strategy, I'll be happy to answer them. Yes, opening discussion. Any questions, comments? Seems that this is very clear. The representing council, no request for floor. Thank you, Nora. Making the decision, the representing council decided to record the latest news on the strategy process. Closing item 15, moving to item 16, latest news on the student center. Emily.
Really close? Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. So first, project updates. Currently, the architectural design is on hold while we're working on wrapping up the spatial program from AYYE side. We recently had the ownership structure study arrive. We had some legal consultants who were kind of investigating questions we had regarding the legal, kind of the tax implications and the legal implications of the ownership structure. We are in the middle of kind of trying to sign a deal with our environmental consultant. There's a couple of like bureaucratic complexities with the working group, namely because of the other parties kind of, not everyone's showing up to the meetings right now with KY and TF. There's some confusion there. But once that's settled out, we do have the environmental consultant ready to work with us. So that is a step since last time. More exciting things, right now, AYYE, we're lobbying Aalto. We're saying, sell us the land. We're asking them to sell us the land. They've said it's not quite in line with their strategy. And we're saying, no, it is in line with your strategy and you should do that. It's going to be beneficial for all of the parties if we can get that taken care of. We're also negotiating with ACRE on which spaces Aalto will be renting from this future student center. And conversations going on. It seems to be going really well so far. So we'll have more news on that next time. I guess I probably should have added here, KY is taking time off. I already emailed you guys about that. So what does that mean? It means that they're not allocating any resources towards the project right now as they are focusing on looking for other options. They're not going to be attending the working group meetings and the project committee meetings. However, when they are needed, they will come back and kind of help if there's a decision that needs to be made and we need them. Basically, they're not trying to slow down the project, they're just spending their time doing other things. I missed a slide, I'm sorry. So why is KY taking time off? The KY's statement is that the project is stagnated too much and it's been delayed too much. They see problems that are beyond their control. The three main reasons being ideological differences between AYYE and TF, kind of surrounding the communal spaces issue. AYYE saying we want more, TF saying they want less. There's organizational problems they've identified within AYYE and or TF, and some operational problems within the working group. It just isn't quite functioning the way that it was designed to function. And of course, the main reason they're taking the time off is because they want options in case the student center doesn't happen, because they do have an urgent need for a student house. So AYY's response, our top priority is well-being right now in this project because it's been a very stressful project for people involved, and we want to make sure that people are kind of taken care. In terms of ideological differences, AYY's response is that this is an issue of the past, and the reason we say that is because of the REPCO conversation that happened last month. I feel like REPCO was fairly clear that the issue about open spaces and TF's contribution was not really an issue, so we're willing to say that this is a problem of the past. In terms of the organizational and operational problems, this is something that we're still trying to figure out and we're still deliberating on. So I hope you'll be patient with us as we try to really untangle this issue and figure out what the next steps need to be. And we're not clear yet if this is going to impact the October 15th REPCO meeting, but we'll let you know as soon as we find out. That's all. If you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to take them. I also have Rasmus here from KY. He's the working group member. He was nice enough to attend tonight, so he can also help answer questions. And if you feel comfortable asking in English, that would be nice because I don't have my headphones, but maybe someone can help otherwise. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Avaan siis aiheesta keskustelun kysymyksiä tai kommentteja. Myllykangas, ole hyvä.
Myllykangas Voltti. Haluaisin kuulla näkemyksen tästä tilanteesta.
Dr. KY's opinion stands on the matter.
Joo, kiitos tosiaan Emily kutsusta tänne ja tosiaan tarkoitus olisi, että pystyn antaa vielä vähän lisäinfoa KY:n näkemyksestä tästä opiskelijaprojektista. Ja tosiaan me ollaan KY:n kanssa sitä mieltä, että tässä nykyisessä muodossa ei nähdä, että opiskelijakeskusprojekti
we don't see that the student-centered project will be realized. That's why we want to take a time out, go through the different options that we have, whether here in Otaniemi, Helsinki, whatever the solution is. One big reason why KY has made this decision is that for the KY Foundation, our experts no longer stand behind this project. They have looked at it for a long time, saw that it has kind of not moved forward. We had the same problems with it for many years, so we see that in its current form it will not be realized. That doesn't mean that we don't believe that the student center will be constructed at some point, but it may be in some other form. This is also a message to AYYE and TF that we need changes in order to move forward with the project. Thank you. Next, Arsenal. So, question for KY's representative. You also said that you want a timeout to look at your options. So could you kind of more in detail that what does this mean? And are you going to weigh them against the student center project? Yes, thank you for the question. We haven't yet gone through them that much in detail. but we will ask ACR what options they have to offer. So if there are also other parties that own plots in Otaniemi, also talk with them and also look into it whether there are some options in Helsinki. So it can be kind of anything, our options are open. And this you hit the nail on the head when speculating on whether we will look through these different options and see what the situation is with the student center. This means that if this project moves forward very well and the problems are solved, then this option will be more attractive, which means that we will come back to it. Thank you. Next, Takana. Takana from Voltti. To continue case discussion, the way I see it is that the European Council, the Student Center project in recent time has moved forward much better than, for example, 2 years ago. So I'm kind of it puzzles me that why you want to take this time out now. And you said that changes need to be made, but does European Council or Foundation have any kind of proposals what these changes are? What would you like AYYE or TF to do? Because it would be easier if you would say that what are the changes you want to see in order to move forward the project together. Yes, about these concrete changes. Well, start that the project has progressed very well. It's true, compared to previous years. The spring it progressed well. But it kind of slowed down when we started facing these big questions, tough decisions. For example, this intention agreement. There are kind of very big first steps that we need to take to get the project moving. There are a lot of setbacks after that. So we've done a lot of this internal work, for example, the facility program. But now when we would need to make these concrete decisions, for example, establish a company for this, there's got technical issues that are moving very slowly and there are a lot of conflicting opinions about them. And that's what we see. One of the concrete problems, big problems, is that this is too student-led. Of course, we're all students, we represent students, but in this kind of project we need to have experts at the center. That's why we hired Sarako, for example, who have done a great job, but have not been able to lead this project as a consultant. Because we've had too much this kind of ideology and students at the center making the decisions, which means that it's not good decision making if students are at its center. So we feel that we need to distinguish between operative things that experts do, these consultant agreements, kind of legal decisions, and then the ideological side, of course, is left to the students. The vision, for example, that's been a big problem. Another big problem is that there's too much kind of people in the background involved in these operative issues. Because very small decisions are not kind of moved forward. For example, hiring an environmental consultant, because there are 50 people who have their own opinions. And the person in the working group in the negotiation table cannot make the decision themselves because they had their hands tied, because there's been kind of a decision made before, or they don't have the mandate to make the decision themselves. So these are the concrete problems that we would like to see solved. Any other requests for floor? Yes, Taneli. Milligrams for Voltti. It's very interesting to hear your points, because the same points were made a year ago when this first previous stop happened. That experts and employees are not in the center. And it sounds very funny peculiar because that's not the picture I've got from the project. That's very peculiar to hear you say that. And your example about, for example, this environmental consultant, well, it's not being kind of an obstacle for AYYE's representative council. So I'm very surprised about the current situation that we are now in and that you have voiced. I'd also like to hear what AYYE is going to do.
How much is there we can work on this project until we need some kind of commitment one way or another from KY? Can we pivot this project to be just between TF and AYYE, or is it going to be all of us three or none of us on that lot of land? Thanks.
So the question being, better? Okay. Oh, yeah. Hi. So the question of, well, there were kind of two questions in there. Is it possible to do a building with just AYYE and TF? And then also a question of kind of what's the deadline on making a decision like that? Yes. Good question. I kind of wish the project manager was here to answer that because he would have a more detailed question. I mean, really the commitment happens when the project plan is made, but we can't make the all of the preparation without KY's help. So, for example, sometime in the next month and a half, we would need all three parties to work together with our environmental consultant to get the environmental consultant stuff figured out, and same with the ownership structure. That's kind of a thing that all three parties need to work on together. So really the decision to get all three parties together is something that is going to have to happen in the next couple of months with the current schedule that we have. And is it possible or not to do a building with TF and just AYYE? I don't know the answer to that question. It's not something we've talked about explicitly with the board, and haven't talked about it with the project manager. Perhaps anything's possible, but I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately.
Kiitos. Kimmo, kommentti tähän väliin. Ja sitten Myllykangas vielä.
Yes, member of the board. Look at the actual project plan, then we need to know who the parties are in the project. When I was to think about the kind of appearance, the area of the building, how big it is, then we need to know who are involved in the project. When the facility plan has been locked down, when the zoning process starts moving forward, then we need to know how big the building is and what it will contain. So at that point we need to know who are involved in the project. Thank you. Myllykangas. Once more, Myllykangas from Valtti. Last question for KY is in your decision making, when you made this decision, how much have you emphasized the point that we need to reach the situation, we need to stick to the schedule within this autumn? Because when you now opt out, you'll start looking for another option, other facilities, you are willing to take risk that you may not find these kind of alternative facilities for yourself. At least not in such a good place as in Otaniemi. Because here in Otaniemi, kind of all the other good spots are taken. That there are really no other alternative place, alternative plot for this. So I'd be interested in hearing your risk analysis for this, your process, this decision. So if you look for this new plot for 6 months, found it somewhere in Helsinki, then you have to make do with that. And this project is dead and buried at that point. Especially since the university has also emphasized that you need to move forward with the project, you need to be finished by 2024. That's what the rector has said to all three of us. So I'd like to hear your kind of a logic behind this. How much have you emphasized these risks when making the decision? Thank you for the question. Our view on this is, in all its simplicity, that of course we would like for the student center to be built. That's always been our number one option, but at this point we see that it will not be built the way things are going now. So that we are looking for new facilities. Well, the risk that we will not find any new facilities, not any major better alternative than being involved in this project that we see as, well, the way it is going, it will never be finished. Especially the rector's kind of this ultimatum that needs to be finished by 2024. We feel that this seems very unlikely. And when it comes to what is delays, well, KY, we have now finished our own facility program some time ago already, so we don't really have anything that we can even do to move the project forward in the next month or month and a half. We have our facilities program ready for the project and are just waiting for the project to move forward. Thank you. Any comments, questions? Apparently no.
Thank you again.
Joo, kiitos. Thank you, Emily.
Closing discussion. Making the decision, the Representative Council decided to record the latest news on the Student Center. Closing item 16, moving to item 17. Response to a resolution made by Ylä Poikelus and Fielman.
It's nice. Evening to everyone. Here's the response to the motion. We got the motion in the last meeting, but we were sending the answer with the material of this meeting. I also have to comment that thank you for a good resolution, focused on substance and real substance. But going to the answer, which is that first off we'll go through the comments on the first of which is the prompt delivery of official agendas, meeting material and minutes. Currently, we believe that AYYE should devote more resources, yes. So There's no deadline to submitting agendas, and submitting the agenda to the REPCO is not a statutory issue. In recent years, however, the agenda for a board meeting has been sent to the REPCO for information the day before the meeting. This year, we're taking the English-speaking board members into account, and we tried to create the agenda close at 12 noon on the day before the meeting, after which the agenda has been ready to send to the REPCO and board. This year we've taken the English-speaking board members into account and aimed at completing the agenda at the central office a few days before the meeting in order to have the time to translate the agenda into English. The agenda has been submitted to the REPCO once completed and then translated. With regard to the REPCO meetings, the rules of procedure of the REPCO are followed, i.e. both the notice of meeting and the agenda are sent to the members of the Representative Council by email 1 week before the meeting. We've aimed to adding the agenda to inside.ayye.fi site to the meeting specific page no later than the next day. However, with regard to appendices and presentation material on draft resolutions at meetings, the practices should be further specified. The majority of appendices for the REPCO decisions are added to inside in time. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, some of the appendices are not submitted until just before the meeting. We'll pay more attention to this issue in the future and ensure that the appendices on meeting items are submitted together with the notice of the meeting as an appendix to the agenda. In order to ensure this, appendices concerning the REPCO meetings are completed already at the board meeting, which decides on matters to be presented to the Council 2 weeks before the meeting. As a side comment, this was the model which we did things to this meeting. In addition to decision item appendices, plenty of different PowerPoints are used as presentation material at the meetings. For now, there's no deadline on this material. Presenters aim at submitting the presentation material to the Council no later than 4 p.m. on the day before the meeting. The cycle of reviewing the minutes of the meeting and the board has mainly been carried out according to the given deadlines. In this context, it should be noted that the COVID-19 pandemic in the spring of 2020 had a major impact on the daily life of the central office, slowing down the review cycle of the minutes. As physical meetings have not been organized and the minutes have been reviewed using electronic means. Due to the exceptional circumstances, certain operational processes have been delayed compared to normal conditions. Naturally, this is not an ideal situation. We are working on keeping the process on schedule and will pay more attention to schedules in the autumn. According to student union bylaws, they stipulate that a list of decisions must be drawn up for a council meeting within 7 days of the meeting, and the minutes must be reviewed within 14 days. The schedules are reasonably tight, which means that both the secretary of the meeting and the examiners of the minutes need to set a time to review the minutes in time. This has not always been possible. The interpreter's Kindle ran out of battery, so regrettably he cannot read the rest. But you have the material sent to you. It's just reading from the papers. In addition, based by this resolution, the office is searching for options where we will give lunch slips to the people doing the minute reviewing as compensation for their activities. Then preparation of at least partly prepared preliminary statements so that the main features of the decisions can be communicated to the members immediately or preferably before the decision is made. Thus, when the board makes decisions in the future, the board members agree how and at what stage the issue will be communicated to members. The board explains in suitable channels the basis on which certain decisions are made, for example. The primary responsibility for preparing communications lies with a member of the board and an employee working as one's partner, who's assisted and supported by AYYE's communications sector with the available resources. As a concrete idea for this idea has been used for this meeting. Then as a third point, which is that revising of AYYE inside or similar into an appropriate communication channel. As we do not know how the COVID pandemic will continue and the remote work caused by it, the AYYE board will make a decision valid until further notice that AYYE's official notice board will be online inside AYYE regarding its own activities, public agendas, minutes and lists of decisions, as well as election declarations, for example. Associations will be still able to use the notice board located by the entrance on the second floor of AYYE central offices as their official notice board for their annual meeting notices, for example. This will ensure that members have access to AYYE's decisions also outside the opening hours of the central office, and it will be easier to deliver and update information. Currently, inside is the best option available, where information can be found in a collected, coherent and timely manner, although it's not best as a system. The aim is to replace Inside with a more functioning system in the future, but there are currently no resources for the upcoming reform. In addition to the measures proposed, the board states that in order to strengthen democracy in the community, it's important that everyone bears responsibility for communications. The council group should also inform their own supporters about issues addressed by the council and their positions on them, in order to increase understanding of the decision-making process. This, in turn, would increase transparency among voters from different groups, which is one of the basic principles of democratic decision-making. We encourage all groups and representatives to communicate openly about their activities, and also as a final thanks to Greener Aalto to all the work they have undertaken. Thank you. Thank you. Opening the discussion. I have a request for the floor. Dear Reps and Council, dear Board, thank you for the Board for this answer to the resolution. I think that this has very good concrete measures, whereas our previous suggestions in the meeting were based as starting points. They actually worked as is, and hopefully our task is to have the other community participate. And this is done by open communication. Thank you. Fielman. I would wish that this answer PowerPoint documentation we should actually work in so that we should work in an active manner. If we have PowerPoints in a meeting, they would be readily available for the Rep and Council meeting personnel and meeting delegates next day, hopefully even earlier, that we could actually get access. Thank you. Do we have any other requests for the floor? Looks like no. We will move to the motion. The motion is that the Reps and Council will decide to place on record the answer to the Fielman and Ulla Poikolo's resolution decided. Closing item 17, moving on to item 18, other business or other emerging matters. Peppi, please. There is a resolution. Resolutions will be carried out in the item 18. Do we have other items before the resolution in item 18, other business? Looks like no, so we will go through this motion and conclude the meeting after which. So we sent this resolution to you on Monday because it's a long day. I hope that you have read this beforehand. So I'll go through this quickly. So Kvanti discussed the problems that Aalto has with transgender people and people of other genders and notifying non-binary genders, yes, taking them into account in ICT systems and advocacy. And Audi needs to take this better into account. Who takes care of this update, who will monitor, and who will be in charge of developing this. What we actually received as an answer was that Even though this work is being updated and done, we have not received any information on this. Aldo has not answered until this meeting, but we feel that there is a lot to develop concerning transgender and non-binary students and their rights and developing their advocacy. And I hope that AYYE would also focus on this on some level and survey that this actually progresses at an adequate timetable. So, example, we're not, for example, actually helping people by giving out their gender regarding information without their consent. This has been, Minna Mäkitalo has requested to comment on this before we vote on this. Of course, we vote on the resolution. Yes. Amazing. You can hear me. Well, thank you, Chairperson, dear Representative Council. On the resolution, the board was wished to answer a question on who was actually surveying developing AYYE, and do we have any lacklusters in our advocacy, and who is actually responsible for interjecting in any discriminatory activities in the student union. As an expert on these issues, I felt it necessary to comment, because we also refer to me as well as the board. AYY's advocacy is actually in charge by the advocacy team. In addition to the board, we have 3 specialists, and headed by the advocacy manager. The board does not have actually a good, clear picture of the issue, so it can't take. I actually have this idea. I have taken this idea very seriously, and this expressed that, of course, we have a lot of advocacy work that is still left undone, but as a staff member, I must state that a person is only a resource that has only so few hours in a week. And we have just more work and just so many hours. You may contact us via email, by phone, and through the Telegram. These staff members do not monitor the Vihreämpi VOH channel or other discussions, and I want to warmly suggest all the Representative Council members contact us via different means or to give feedback. It will lead to measures quickest. For example, in this resolution, some sort of contact would have actually made things progress 2 weeks ago. So on my part, I may offer different kinds of backgrounds and trainings on advocacy for the Representative Council. So thank you and have a wonderful evening to everyone. Thank you. Olli had a comment request. Yes, hello. Minna already stated pretty much everything that, well, needed to be stated. I would also mention on this best possible communication method towards, I can mention to the board and the other staff, a few thoughts on how to actually progress things in an efficient manner. Also, instead of active critique, which is very important, please remember to support both in the individuals doing these activities that do these things because they love the community, and also our staff. Personally, I feel that more effective than just resolutions would be to send emails or messages to the staff members or the board members, or to visit the office and to discuss these ideas. We really do listen to you. A very important issue in this resolution, but I feel that the best use of our time in regards to this topic would not be to do this via resolution, but actually just discuss things and progress them. Thank you, Peppi. You still have a request for the floor. We do not want to belittle the advocacy work that AYYE does. You may send us a mail to us if you want to answer these, but one thing that I would actually say that we have a communicatory problem in advocacy is that AYYE is already doing this advocacy, but you communicate, hopefully. There's been public discussion, and in the public discussions nobody has brought forth the focused point of view that this thing is actually progressing. If things are being progressed, you could actually communicate. We are also discussing and advocating for the members. The members need to know that things are happening and progressing. Currently they do not know this, so this kind of carries the inbuilt problems that we cannot reach people with undertaken advocacy if it's not communicated. So how do we actually better advocacy is to actually communicate about it more and communicate about who to contact. We have discussed the situation with many transgender students that have been brought in the article, and they themselves personally have not had the capability to contact AYYE, so we kind of have a problem where we don't reach the people we do advocacy for. This is why we made a resolution. So I know that things are being done, and I hear that things are being done. It's wonderful, but it is also something that we need to hear that things are actually progressing. Thank you. I could quickly comment that if the Representative Council will approve the motion, the board will use time and answer it, but I would like to reiterate that we have people here who are working during the coronavirus pandemic. It affects on how we can use our resources. We will do ongoing activities. Each and every one of us is using every resource they can to create the best student life in the world at the office. I wish that this work is being appreciated and that we are doing our best. We've heard the feedback and we will muse on how to better communicate with this valuable work that our advocacy team is doing. And our student representatives and our board is doing. So we have heard your message. I hope that you understand that we have only so many resources to do things with. Thank you. Next up, if other requests for the floor. No requests have been. We have a request for the floor. From Luja. I feel that this is an important thing, both advocacy in this thing and as well as communicating about it, but reflecting to Kesseli's statements and points. I will vote against this resolution, not the idea behind the resolution, but this means of operating about it. Thank you. Any other requests for the floor? Looks like no, so we will move. Who were the placer and seconder for the motion? Yes? The title is something that I will read him here. It's in Finnish, so taking account of transgender and non-binary students in ICT systems and advocacy. We will have a voting slip vote. So this is a resolution, and we are not voting on the issue, we are voting on the motion. So yes, yes is blue, no is orange, and white is empty. I ask the vote counters to come forward. Thank you to the vote counters. Is this clear to the Representative Council at this stage?
Täällä on kysymys.
That's the name of the resolution. Is the resolution going to go through or not? We'll have that there. Is everything clear to the representative council in this vote? Looks like yes. So, vote now. Everybody seems to have a voting slip. Do the vote counters have a clear consensus? Do we need to count? If it's a clear majority, you do not have to count. It's pretty clear. Pretty clear majority of no for the motion. Thank you. So we may place on record the results for the motion vote. Yes. If we have no other emerging matters, I will close item 18 and move on to item 19, closing of the meeting. The time is at 9:53 p.m. I close the meeting. Thank you.